be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet.
This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cams. Brad Haywood, you are under the microscope. In this podcast, we're going to talk about why Brad Haywood, Mustafa's defense attorney, withdrew from Mustafa's case. Brad Haywood sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year, only to withdraw from Mustafa's case. Brad Haywood promised Mustafa that he was going to reconstruct Mustafa's vehicle. He was going to hire an independent expert to reconstruct Mustafa's vehicle. He was going to hire an independent expert to extract the dash camera inside Mustafa that the police department is in possession of. There is evidence that the police department cut and muted Mustafa's dash camera. And Brad Haywood was supposed to hire an independent expert to go in and extract that dash camera, get the full dash camera with the audio. Brad Haywood was given a hard drive by the county, Mustafa's cell phone dump, and his girlfriend's cell phone dump. His girlfriend has 3 cell phones. The police department did a cell phone dump. They put it on a hard drive. They gave it to Brad Haywood. Brad Haywood was supposed to go through that hard drive and is supposed to sit down with Mustafa and go over the hard drive. Brad Haywood was supposed to get the missing body cams. The police department, what they've done is they cut and muted and edited the police body cams before uploading it to the police department server. We have evidence that the police department did not upload all the body cams to the server. Body cams that will show that this police department falsified the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Brad Haywood was supposed to get the body cams. Now, Brad Haywood sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year, and he promised him that he was going to get all those things before he took Mustafa to trial. Only to, after a whole entire year of Mustafa sitting in solitary confinement, Brad Haywood put in a motion to withdraw. Now, the most disturbing thing that I've yet to see in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case is the motion to withdraw. Mustafa gets up, and Mustafa got to speak on the record, and he told Judge Carol Weimer, the presiding judge, that I object to my lawyer withdrawing from my case. He told Judge Carol Weimer, Your Honor, all I asked my lawyer, what happened to what you promised me for a whole entire year? Judge Carol Weimer, you ordered, there's a judge order to reconstruct my vehicle. There's a judge order. You ordered that you were going to have an independent expert that they can go in and get the full dash camera. Mustafa tells Judge Carol Weimer, Your Honor, the county gave money to my lawyer to hire independent experts. All I asked my lawyer is, where is the results? Where's my reconstruction? Where's my dash camera? And why is this lawyer not going over the hard drive with the cell phone dump? Now, you would expect Judge Carol Weimer, the fact that he has an order to reconstruct and extract the dash camera, reconstruct the vehicle and extract the dash camera, you would expect Judge Carol Weimer to turn around and ask Brad Haywood, where are the results? Instead, Judge Carol Weimer doesn't ask for the results. And he allows Brad Haywood to withdraw from Mustafa's case. Now, Brad Haywood is telling the court that the reason that he withdrew from Mustafa's case is because somehow Mustafa, that's sitting in solitary confinement, is responsible for this outlet, this podcast, all the way from solitary confinement, that because of him, that he's going to withdraw. Last time I checked, this podcast was ongoing before Brad Haywood was assigned to Mustafa's case. I've managed to enter the server for the police department and gain access into the Mustafa Al-Jazairi file, and I've been releasing it before Brad Haywood was assigned to the case. In the second motion to withdraw, Mustafa got up and he gave Judge Carol Weimer an email that Brad Haywood has given him. Brad Haywood gave Mustafa a hard copy of an email that he had emailed this podcast. And in that email, Brad Haywood is releasing sealed material to this podcast. Now, there is a protective order on this whole entire case. Now, Brad Haywood, in the motion to withdraw, was telling the court, telling Judge Carol Weimer, that Mustafa is releasing sealed material from solitary confinement, that somehow he's responsible for this podcast. But then the judge is looking at an email where Brad Haywood is in communication with this podcast and is releasing sealed material. Obviously, Brad Haywood is lying to the court, and that email demonstrates that. When that didn't work, all of a sudden, Judge Carol Weimer began telling Brad Haywood how to withdraw from the case. Judge Carol Weimer tells Brad Haywood, the defense attorney, would you not agree that the reason you want to withdraw is because you disagree over strategy with your client, Mustafa Al-Jazairi? Brad Haywood says, not necessarily, Your Honor. And then the presiding judge would repeat himself because Brad Haywood wasn't picking up on what Judge Carol Weimer was saying in court. So Judge Carol Weimer repeated himself. And he's telling Brad Haywood, it's strategy. That's what you want to go with. Brad Haywood says, that's right, Your Honor, that one. Yep. I want to withdraw from Mustafa's case because of strategy. Because me and Mustafa, we disagree over the strategy. Judge Carol Weimer allowed Brad Haywood to withdraw. Now, in this podcast, what we're going to do, we're going to release the recordings that we have with Brad Haywood over the year. We're in communication with Brad Haywood. And through these recordings, you're going to see that Brad Haywood is a liar. Brad Haywood lied to the court. Because in these recordings are going to show that Mustafa is not objecting over strategy. As a matter of fact, you'll hear this lawyer promise Mustafa over and over what he was going to do for Mustafa. That Mustafa and this lawyer are agreeing over the strategy. And the strategy is that you're going to reconstruct this vehicle accident. You're going to hire an independent expert, reconstruct the vehicle accident, hire another independent expert, extract the dash camera that the police department cut and muted. They're in possession of the full dash camera. They've been hiding it for 2.5 years. That Brad Haywood promised Mustafa that he's going to go over the hard drive with him. That's the strategy. we have a lot of recordings that will show that Brad Haywood lied to the courts. And the question that we're going to ask in this podcast is, what did Brad Haywood do in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? Was Brad Haywood compromised from the beginning, from day one, that he wants to use the excuse that this podcast is releasing sealed material and somehow Mustafa is responsible for it? That he's disagreeing over strategy with Mustafa and that's the reason that or is it something else? Was Brad Haywood brought in by the county only to stall the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? And then after a whole entire year of Mustafa sitting in solitary, that he was going to withdraw anyway? That's a good question. When you listen to these recordings, you're going to come out with a conclusion. Was that what the county was doing from day one? Or was Brad Haywood threatened? I mean, at the end of the day, what Brad Haywood is doing is he's going against a county. He's going up against a whole entire police department. You have officers that's been there with the police department for over 20 years that falsified the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Officer cutting and muting a dash camera. Another officer crushed and staged Mustafa's vehicle. Another officer weaponized a 9, a 10, a 14, a 16. Children that have been weaponized against Mustafa. You're going up against a whole entire system. Was Brad Haywood threatened that the strategy that he agreed with Mustafa, that he's no longer going through it? I mean, at the end of the day, this is a vehicle accident. The county says it's not a vehicle accident. Mustafa says this is a vehicle accident. Would you not agree that the vehicle the whole scene should be reconstructed? Mustafa sits in solitary confinement for over 2.5 years, and the vehicle have not been reconstructed. And the question is, why? Why did Brad Haywood not hire an independent expert to reconstruct the vehicle? I mean, Mustafa stood in a motion to withdraw and asked Judge Carol Weimer, the presiding judge, where is the result from my vehicle reconstruction? Judge, you ordered the reconstruction. The county gave my lawyer the money. Where is it? That's all I'm asking for. Did Brad Haywood do what he promised Mustafa to do? Where are the results? Brad Haywood sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year. And after a whole entire year, Judge Carol Weimer allowed him to withdraw without holding him accountable to the most basic thing that he can do in this case, which is the reconstruction, which is the extraction of the dash camera and the reconstruction of the vehicle. In a recorded phone call that I had with Brad, this is literally 2 weeks before he withdrew from Mustafa's case. In that phone call, you'll hear that I'm telling Brad Haywood, Mustafa has been calling you and you haven't been picking up your phone. Mustafa is asking you, did you go over the hard drive, the cell phone dump? And Brad Haywood says, no, I haven't gone through the hard drive. And I'm sitting there telling him that Mustafa is asking you to go over the hard drive and sit down with him and go over the hard drive. And the hard drive is Mustafa's full dash camera, because there's an app for the dash camera. There's an app for the Google Nest videos inside the apartment. There is an Alexa. There is a whole lot of material that will exonerate your client. So you want to tell me that you sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year and you're not going over exonerating evidence? Why not? Isn't that questionable? I mean, you tell that to anybody. And if you don't know anything about the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, if someone tells you that the lawyer sat on a hard drive for a whole entire year, and trial is just around the corner. Trial is in March, by the way. And the lawyer tells you, I haven't gone through the hard drive. That's disturbing. Either you're incompetent or you're protecting the county by you're avoiding the hard drive. In this podcast, what we're going to do, we're going to examine Mustafa's lawyer, Brad Haywood, and we're going to find out why he withdrew from the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. We're going to examine what the prosecutors are saying in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Prosecutor Sarah Sami and Prosecutor Stephanie Buck are telling Judge Carol Weimer that Mustafa should not have a lawyer. That somehow it's Mustafa's fault that this lawyer is withdrawn from this case. How is it Mustafa's case? How is it Mustafa's fault when all Mustafa is asking is, where are the results? The real question is, Brad Haywood's and what he did in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, does that constitute an ineffective counsel, an ineffective lawyer? And I'll take it further. What Brad Haywood has done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case is criminal. He stalled the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, didn't reconstruct the vehicle, didn't extract the dash camera, and avoided exonerating evidence. And he took it further, and what you'll find out is that he began attacking his own experts. We'll get into what that means. We have filings where the defense attorney, Brad Haywood, is attacking his own experts to protect the prosecutor. I mean, if that's not working for the prosecutor, what is the definition of working for the prosecutor? We're going to go over a recording from the first meeting that we had with Brad Haywood, where in that meeting, Brad Haywood is telling us that this is the strategy for this case, and we're all on the same page. So the question is, that's back in March. Brad Haywood was assigned to Mustafa's case in February of this year. The county gave Brad Haywood just about over $100,000 to reconstruct the vehicle accident and extract the dash camera, hire experts, and be able to defend Mustafa. Now, Brad Haywood, what you want to focus when we go through this recording is Brad Haywood telling the truth in court? What he's telling Judge Carol Weimer is that Mustafa is not agreeing with him over strategy. And according to the law, if it's true, if the client doesn't agree with his attorney over the strategy, ultimately it's the lawyer who dictates the strategy. That's true. By law, that's true. But the question is, this lawyer has been telling Mustafa the strategy for a whole entire year. Mustafa is agreeing with him over the strategy, and that's what you'll hear in these recordings. So what happened? We're going to listen to these recordings, and we're going to find out what is going on behind closed doors. And the reason that we're releasing these recordings, I didn't want to release these recordings. I mean, obviously, I didn't want to. I've been sitting on these recordings for a whole entire year. Unfortunately, we have to because Brad Haywood is telling the court one thing when it's actually a completely different thing. He's lying to the courts. So my hands are tied, and I have to release these recordings. And these recordings are going to be used as exhibits. Mustafa's hearing is coming up on January 7th. Mustafa has a hearing for, did Mustafa waive his right to a lawyer based on his actions? So what they want to do is blame Mustafa for his lawyer withdrawing from his case. So these recordings have to be released to show that Brad Haywood, one, is a liar, lied to the court, and he did not do what he promised Mustafa. He stalled the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, and unfortunately, we have to release these recordings. So the hearing is coming up on January 7th. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy and Prosecutor Stephanie Buck already filed a motion. He has a temporary lawyer. Mustafa has a temporary lawyer that's supposed to be filing a motion in opposition by December 19th. So we have to release all these recordings before the 19th. We're going to be really busy. There's a lot of recordings. And then Sarah Sammy and Prosecutor Stephanie Buck are going to be replying to that temporary lawyer by December 29th. And then the hearing is on the 7th.
We're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay?
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay? If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you
This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cams. Brad Haywood, you are under the microscope. Mustafa Al-Jazairi was scheduled for a hearing for trial back in December of last year. And this was Mustafa's defense attorney at the time was Blake Weiner. And Blake Weiner he did the same exact thing that Brad Haywood did today. He sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year, promised Mustafa that he was going to reconstruct his vehicle, promised Mustafa that he was going to hire an independent expert to extract the dash camera, and he was supposed to go over the drive that the county gave him, the cell phone dump, and he was supposed to go after the body cams. The body cams that are missing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. The body cams that the police department cut, edited before uploading to the police department server, evidence.com. That's going to show that this whole entire case is falsified. Now, Mustafa was set for trial back in December of last year. And what I've done, when I found out that Blake Weiner didn't do none of what he promised Mustafa, I start releasing the sealed material. At one point, I got access into the police department server, evidence.com, and I stole the Mustafa Al-Jazairi file. The body cams, the dash camera that's in the server, the whole entire file. And I started releasing evidence that showed that the police department falsified this case. That prosecutor Sarah Sammy and prosecutor Stephanie Buck are using police officers that are falsifying this whole entire case. And all of a sudden, Mustafa's trial gets delayed. And in February of this year, the county assigned Brad Haywood. And Mustafa's trial gets pushed until March. Mustafa's trial is set for March. Now, since I've released the police body cam, I made a lot of noise. Our channel is going viral. The community is watching what's going on in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. It's one thing when you say the police department falsified the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. It's another when you have the sealed material and you're releasing body cam that show the police department falsified this whole entire case. And all of a sudden, the county gives Mustafa Brad Haywood in February, gave him a whole entire lawyer. They gave Brad Haywood, the county gave Brad Haywood just about $100,000 to hire independent experts to reconstruct the vehicle and extract the dash camera. And for a moment, we believed that the county is doing the right thing. That they're watching this police department, certain police officers within this police department falsify the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Now, that's what we thought, that the county was doing the right thing. They brought Mustafa a really good lawyer. I mean, when you look at Brad Haywood's been practicing law for 22 years. He was the top public defender, I believe, out of Arlington. Brad Haywood just opened his own practice. When you look up Brad Haywood, he has a civil rights organization called Justice Forward. I mean, he has a really good background. And for a moment, we thought that the county is doing the right thing. Now, fast forward to today, what we're finding out is that they're containing the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. They bring you a lawyer that has a good background. That if anybody search up Brad Haywood, they would tell you, look what the county gave you. They gave you a really good lawyer. Look how much money they're giving you into this case to hire all these independent experts. Well, that's great. But where are the results? Where is the reconstruction from Mustafa's vehicle? Where is the extraction from the dash camera? Mustafa stands in court and he tells the judge, he's asking the judge, where is it? I'm asking my lawyer the most basic thing, and he's not telling me the results. What we're coming to the conclusion and what we're finding out, that there is so much noise that we created in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case through this platform by hacking the police department server, by releasing evidence that the police department has falsified this case, that they're now are attempting to contain it by bringing you this lawyer, by pumping all this money into it. What you're going to hear is we're going to take you to behind the scene of what this lawyer is telling us, and you're going to come to your own conclusion. I mean, Brad Haywood at one point filed a Brady motion. Whatever we're saying on this platform got to be translated into court. Brad Haywood put it in a motion, and he told the presiding judge everything that we're talking about in this platform. So whatever you're hearing on this platform, Brad Haywood stood in court and told the presiding judge, Judge Carol Weimer, that this case is falsified. That the main investigator falsified Mustafa's statements. That the prosecutor blocked the reconstruction of the vehicle a year and a half ago. I'll take that back. 2.5 years ago. There's a judge order 2.5 years ago to reconstruct this vehicle. And on body cam, she's blocking the reconstructionist. In one of the body cams, we have the same investigator that falsified Mustafa's statement is telling the independent expert that he cannot reconstruct the vehicle. The prosecutor, Sarah Sammy, said so. And Brad Haywood told the presiding judge that the vehicle is being blocked from getting reconstructed, that Officer Chad Mason cut and muted Mustafa's dash camera, and he needed an independent expert to go in and extract the full dash camera. That's in the Brady motion. Brad Haywood filed a Brady motion, and he filed a motion for independent experts. Now, it looks good on paper. When you read the transcripts, it looks good. When you read the motion, it looks great. But then you find out there's an order where Brad Haywood, in the Brady motion, filed for the missing body cams. That's going to show that this case is falsified. There are missing body cams. When the police department is weaponizing a 9, a 10, a 14, and a 16, that came up in the forensic interviews. The children are talking about that the police department, the police officer, specifically Officer Romero, is telling them lies about Mustafa before they were walked into a forensic interview. Where are the body cams when those officers sat down with a 9, a 10, a 14, and a 16? Those body cams are not in the server. I have the forensic interviews in the server, in the police department server, but those body cams are not there. And Brad Haywood, in a Brady motion, filed for them, and the judge granted him the motion. He told him, by law, I'm ordering the prosecutor to give you those body cams. There are other body cams that are cut, sliced, and muted and are uploaded to the server. And some are completely missing. And Judge Carol Weimer ordered the prosecutor to give the missing body cams to the defense attorney. Now explain to me why Brad Haywood would go behind closed doors. There's an order where he told the prosecutor he's no longer interested in getting the body cams. How does that make any sense? So, are you putting on a show in front of this community? That's what it looks like. You're containing the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. I mean, if you're an objective observer into the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, you see that Brad Haywood filed a Brady motion, was granted the Brady motion for the missing body cams, only to go back to the prosecutor and tell her, don't worry about giving me the body cams. They're putting on a show. They're attempting to contain the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And now that we're shedding light on what this lawyer is doing, all of a sudden he's filing for a motion to withdraw. On this platform, what we asked is, why are you not going after the missing body cams? Are you putting on a show to contain what we're talking about, only to show this community that you're addressing the issues in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? That's what it looks like. I mean, when you hear the recording that we're going to go over, you'll hear Brad Haywood say that he's going to file for a change of venue. In this recording, that's a strategy. For a whole entire year, this is what he's been agreeing. This is the strategy that he agreed with Mustafa over. That he's going to file a change of venue that he's going to go after the missing body cam, reconstruct the vehicle accident, get the dash camera, hire independent expert, and go after the reconstruction and getting the dash camera. He sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year, and today, nothing has been done. The only thing that we have, the only thing that he's done is he filed a Brady, and then he went behind closed doors and withdrew it. Just looks good on paper. What I want to do, I want to read what Mustafa told Judge Carol Weimer in a motion to withdraw. And I think this is going to shed light on what is going on and how does it make sense that today Mustafa's lawyer got to withdraw. The judge allowed him to withdraw without asking him for the results. I mean, Brad Haywood took over $100,000. This is your taxpayers' money going into the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. When you clock in at 9 o'clock in the morning and you clock out at 5 o'clock in the evening, your money is going into the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. And what I'm asking, how does it make sense that no one is asking, where did the $100,000 go? What did Brad Haywood do with the money? That's a fair question. That's a valid question. What does it mean when the judge, the presiding judge, doesn't question it? Let's read what Mustafa is telling Judge Carol Weimer in a motion to withdraw. And I think this is going to shed light on what is going on in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. This is November 6th of this year. Right. All right. So Mustafa says, there we go. Mustafa says, I wish to ask the court that I oppose that he withdraw from my case because I do need him as my attorney. And it seems that he did not like the fact that I was asking questions about the finding of the results of the inspector checking my vehicle, checking the digital devices as you ordered by the end of September. And I was not informed of the outcome. Judge Carol Weimer, what he did, he told Brad Haywood, by the end of September, I need the result for the vehicle reconstructionist. We're giving you money. The county is giving you money to hire an independent expert to reconstruct the vehicle. And we're giving you money. The county is giving you money for another independent expert to extract the dash camera. And I need it done by the end of September. Here, Mustafa is telling the judge, you ordered, Your Honor, by the end of September. I'm asking my lawyer, where is it? Okay, let's go back to what Mustafa is saying. Checking the inspector, checking my vehicle, checking the digital devices as you ordered by the end of September. And I was not informed of the outcome. So he did not like the fact that I was asking questions and I'm getting involved in my case. So I have the right to ask questions to my attorney. And then he said that while we were on a phone call conversation, I'm telling my lawyer, like, I have questions. What were the results of the inspector inspecting the vehicle? Inspecting the digital devices as you ordered by the end of September. And he said, dude, just fuck off. And disconnected the phone call. So I was very appalled at the fact that, my attorney is telling me to just fuck off and hanging up the phone on me. So that's very troubling. And for me to be involved in my case, and I'm telling him I have a right to my discovery or reasonable material where I can at least find out what's going on with my case. And he said, You have no right to discovery. I have a phone call recording with Brad Haywood. He's telling me Mustafa is not entitled to his discovery. That's on a recorded line. That's a violation of Mustafa's due process. All you have is a say in saying if you're guilty or not guilty. That's about it. And I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that's right. I don't have a problem with Mr. Haywood, but I do have an issue with him not answering my questions or telling me I'm not allowed to ask questions that pertains to my case. I would like to know something that's reasonable and understanding that I have the right to know what's going on and what's the status. So I'm sitting in total solitary confinement, 24 hours a day and 7 days a week in the hole. And I would like to know what's going on with my case. And I would like to have the court compel my attorney to at least share that information with me. He's telling Judge Carol Weimer to compel his lawyer to come up with the results. Where are they? And I would like to have the court compel my attorney to at least share that information with me. I don't want something that he cannot do. I want something that's reasonable. So we have a good relationship. But for him to tell me to just fuck off and disconnect the phone call, I think somewhere in the Bar Association, the state bar, they have some sort of ethical rule to say that my attorney is not allowed to speak to me like that. That's inappropriate. And I just want to bring that to your attention. I don't have a problem with him. And I don't wish for him to withdraw from my case because we're getting so close to trial. And I don't want my trial to be extended further than what it is right now. So if we can stay on track and for me to be involved in my case, that would be reasonable. I would like to have my attorney sit down with me. Until this day, he has not shared any material with discovery with me. I'm sitting here like in the dark. I have the right to know what's going on with my case. What am I being accused of? I want to know like details about my case. And I'm asking him questions. And the questions that I asked him was, what are the results of the audio of the dash camera? What are the results of the accident reconstructionist that you ordered? You ordered by the end of September that an expert would go in and inspect the vehicle. By the end of September, this was your order, and to inspect the SD card from the dash camera. And I'm asking Mr. Haywood, what are the results? I would like to know for my own, like so that I can prepare a defense for my case. I'm the one who's being accused. I'm the client. And if my attorney is telling me, dude, just fuck off, and you have no right to discovery, you have no right to be involved in your case, then there is a violation of my constitutional rights. And I would like to assert that I have the right to know what's going on with my case. Now, Mustafa is telling the judge, I don't want my lawyer to withdraw. All I'm asking is for the most basic thing that you can ask for in this case. You ordered the reconstruction. Your Honor, I'm asking my lawyer, where is it? The county gave him money for independent experts. Your Honor, I'm asking for my extraction where's my dash camera? The county gave this lawyer money for independent experts. Where is it? Why is he not going over my exculpatory evidence? The hard drive, the body cams. He's keeping me in the dark. Your Honor, I want you to compel my lawyer to give me reasonable answers. If not today, when? This motion to withdraw gets so disturbing, and we're going to get into reading the whole transcript. The judge turns around. He says, that's right. I did say that the results should be available by the end of September. And then he turns around to Brad Haywood and he starts giving him excuses why he doesn't have them. So where is it? Where is the results? So the judge doesn't ask questions. Instead, he's given this lawyer excuses. All right, not this month, next month. Not next month, the month after. Not the month after, the month after that. That's fine. But when are you going to come out with the results? Trial is just around the corner in March. Obviously, they're playing games in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. The prosecutor gets up and she demands that Mustafa does not have a lawyer and she wants Mustafa pro se. How convenient. I mean, the bar has dropped in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi so low that now they're fighting to have Mustafa have no lawyer. Either we're going to take you into trial without your reconstruction. They don't want to do a reconstruction on his vehicle. They don't want to extract the dash camera. The lawyer is attacking his own experts. You know, I find it really interesting that the lawyer here gets up and he says, well, Your Honor, we can do it later. We're not in a hurry for it. You're not in a hurry for it? How does that make any sense? You're not in a hurry to reconstruct the vehicle? I have prosecutor Sarah Sammy filing. Let me see if I can find a document. A really interesting document where prosecutor Sarah Sammy is filing. There we go. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy is filing to enter the EDR and bring in Chad Mason to testify on the computer that's inside Mustafa's vehicle. Now, Chad Mason already lied about the data inside Mustafa's vehicle. Evidence showed that Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time. And then you have an officer, the same officer that cut and muted Mustafa's dash camera, is now he took the stand in the bond motion, and he lied about the data inside Mustafa's inside the computer inside Mustafa's vehicle. And the prosecutor is filing a motion. This is a motion where Commonwealth motion in limine to admit EDR data and testimony. Wouldn't you think it would make sense as a defense attorney to go and reconstruct the vehicle and bring in your expert when she's doing this motion? How are you gonna let the prosecutor litigate this motion without you having an expert? So you're stalling the reconstruction of the vehicle. You're allowing a motion to go through where the county who falsified this case is going to bring in the EDR, the computer inside the vehicle, bring in the police officer that lied. And what are you going to do in court? You're just going to stand and tell the judge exactly what? You're not an expert. The same way the county has an expert, you need an expert. And instead, he's given the judge excuses why he doesn't need it right now. How do you not need it when the prosecutor is filing a motion to admit the EDR, the ACM where they lied about the computer inside the vehicle? If I didn't know any better, you're helping the prosecutor continue to lie in court. I mean, to be fair to the judge is not an expert. The prosecutor is not an expert. The defense attorney is not an expert on vehicles. So when the prosecutor brings in a police officer, you need your expert to say that police officer is lying about the data. But without your expert, you're either incompetent. I mean, if you were to go in, if Brad Haywood goes in without an expert, he's either incompetent or he's in cahoots with the county. I mean, I don't think Brad Haywood is incompetent. He's been practicing law for 22 years. So I say he's in cahoots with the county. Let's go over to the recording. Now that we read what Mustafa said in court, let's go over the recording. And the one thing that you want to keep make sure that you pay attention to the hearing that's coming up on the 7th. Is a hearing for, now that they took Mustafa's lawyer, they're playing a game in court where the judge pretends to be dumb. Judge Carol Weimer, he doesn't see what's going on. He doesn't ask questions. He just allows a lawyer to withdraw. The prosecutor wants Mustafa without a lawyer. They have a case where they falsified the case, and now they want Mustafa without a lawyer. So that way Mustafa is pro se, so his evidence he can't put his evidence on the record. Mustafa's not a lawyer. They want to play with Mustafa. They want Mustafa to go into trial without a lawyer. So they played this game. Brad Haywood tried to contain this case for the county, and obviously he couldn't. So now he withdrew from the case. And when you listen to this recording, you want to pay attention to, did Brad Haywood lie to the court about Mustafa not agreeing with him over strategy? Because the ground to withdraw for Brad Haywood is that he's not agreeing with Mustafa over strategy. That Mustafa somehow is not letting him go with the strategy that he wanted to go with. Now, what you want to pay attention to when you listen to this recording, what is the strategy? Is Mustafa on the same page with this lawyer over the strategy? Is the lawyer on the same page with Mustafa? Or is everybody on the same page? What you'll hear in this recording is, yes, everybody's on the same page. It's a clear strategy to reconstruct the vehicle, extract the dash camera, and go over the exculpatory, the hard drive, the exculpatory, the cell phone dump, and go after the missing body cam. That's the strategy. So the question is, did Brad Haywood lie to the court? And this is relevant because January 7th, the hearing is coming up, and this is going to be used as an exhibit for the hearing where did Mustafa waive his right to a lawyer based on his action. All right, so let's listen to the recording. And this is the first meeting that we've had with Brad Haywood. This is in March. All right, so put her on YouTube. All right, so it is on YouTube. Once we're done with this podcast, what we're going to do, I've locked it. It's locked on YouTube, so you're not going to find it right now. But if you go on, let me go on right here. There we go. So if you go here, see if I can find it. All right. There we go. So if you go on Not Another Boring Podcast on YouTube, and if you go on videos, you're going to see that video right there. Let's see if I can. Yeah, that video in the top right corner. Yeah, so that video in the top right corner. Once we're done with the podcast, I'm going to release it. It's already on YouTube, but I've locked it. But once we're done with the podcast, you'll be able to view it. All right, so let's listen to this recording. And what I'm going to do while we're having a conversation in that meeting with Brad Haywood, I'm going to play the relevant videos of what we're talking about. I've got body cams that are sealed by the county that I'm releasing. The Mustafa Al-Jazairi case is a case where Commonwealth Amy Ashworth sealed. She put a seal on it, so when you put in a FOIA, you no longer, your FOIA is going to get denied by the county. This is a sealed case. I've managed to enter the server for the police department, evidence.com. I've gained the file, and I'm leaking out material where it puts the county in a horrible situation because it shows that the county falsified the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. All right, so let's listen to the recording.
So, yeah. I guess where do we start?
How are you?
else?
So I'm Mohammed. I'm Mustafa's power of attorney.
Okay.
All right, this meeting was held on March 24 of this year, and this was in Brad Haywood's office. Brad Haywood was assigned to Mustafa's case as a public defender, and we went over to Brad Haywood and sat down with him for just about a little bit over an hour, and where we talked over strategy. Today he withdraws over strategy. So let's find out what the strategy is. And are we all on the same page? Is this lawyer lying to the court?
We had some, I don't know how far you are in the case, like with all the information.
Okay. Not particularly far.
I don't know if, I think you met Amar.
Yeah.
I don't know if Amar told you about our complaint to the police department regarding the conversation Mustafa had with Drum.
I've heard about that, but I don't know that much about it.
Okay. So when Mustafa talked to the investigator 2 days after the accident, there's a discrepancy in the report as to what Drum said, Robert Drum, which doesn't match what the recording shows. So we submitted that to the police department, and they issued out a letter in February of 2024 saying that they had identified that this investigator had violated department policy, specifically with regards to Amar's complaint saying that the officer falsified Mustafa's statements.
Okay.
Since then, since we've watched the body cams, we've identified other discrepancies, like I'm sure you'll get to it. There's an interview with the children, the 3 children.
All right, so here in this portion of the meeting, all right, so this is at 1:48. All right, I'm going to take note so that way we can come back to it. In this portion of the meeting, we're telling Brad Haywood about investigator Robert Drum, who falsified the foundation of this case. Investigator Robert Drum put on the police report that you, Mustafa, told me that you were arguing with your girlfriend inside the vehicle. So Investigator Drum put that in the report that Mustafa told him. Wait a minute. There's a recording to the conversation that Mustafa never said that. At one point, we went to Internal Affairs and we filed a complaint. And we received a letter from the police department that they investigated, and they found that Robert Drum had violated department policy. My complaint was very specific in the complaint that this officer falsified Mustafa's statements. Mustafa never said he was arguing inside the vehicle. I said, I have a recording, and I supplied the police department with that recording. Let's go over to NBC4 and what NBC4 this got on NBC4.
For tonight, there are new questions being raised in the case of a man charged with murder for a crash that killed his girlfriend and her 5-year-old daughter last year.
They come after Prince William's police chief ruled the investigating officer had violated department policy. Northern Virginia Bureau Chief Julie Carey spoke to the driver's defense attorney about why he thinks the finding casts doubt on the case.
Mustafa Al-Jazairi has been behind bars for almost a year now, accused of intentionally driving his car into oncoming traffic, a crash that killed Dorothy Fontaine and her 5-year-old daughter, Empress. Initially charged with manslaughter, the charges were later upgraded to second-degree murder. Al-Jazairi's family insists the crash was an accident. The defendant's brothers filed an internal affairs complaint with the Prince William County Police, alleging the investigating officer, quote, falsified a portion of his police report to say that the couple was arguing before the crash. Al-Jazairi's brother provided a taped version of a phone conversation that contradicted portions of the written police report. Last month, the Al-Jazairi family received this brief letter from Prince William Police Chief Peter Newsham reading, the investigation revealed that Master Police Officer Drum violated department policy, therefore appropriate corrective action has been taken. Al-Jazairi hired a new defense attorney, Blake Weiner, who tells me he specializes in police misconduct cases.
The police report talks about my client saying, I know what happened. He didn't say that. The police report also says that they were arguing in the car. He didn't say that. These are not only these material facts and material misrepresentations, they're the foundation of the government's case.
All right, so this made it to NBC4. They're talking about me filing with Internal Affairs, us getting a letter from the police department. So let's go to the police reports. I have the police report and what this investigator put in that police report. And he claimed that Mustafa told him that he was arguing inside the vehicle with his girlfriend. Let's listen to the phone call. It's a phone call between Mustafa and this investigator. And this investigator falsified Mustafa's statements. My other brother, Muhammad, had recorded that phone call conversation. So it's not hearsay. It's not my word against a police officer. It's not Mustafa's word against a police officer. No, we have the recording. So let's go over to the recording and let's see what we hear on that recording and what the police report says.
Hey, okay. So the dash cam in the car.
And what you want to pay attention to when you read the police report right here, it says Mustafa stated the argument inside the vehicle. This investigator is putting on the police report that Mustafa told him that he was arguing inside the vehicle with his girlfriend. Now, let's listen to the conversation, and you tell me if this officer did not falsify Mustafa's statement.
Hey, okay. So the dash cam in the car, is that yours?
Yes, sir.
Why do you have a dash cam? Is that for like DoorDash stuff?
Yeah, I DoorDash. Like in case like an accident or anything happens, or like anything like that.
Do you know how the dash cam works?
I just plug it in and it turns on. Like,
do you know how long the videos are saved for?
I really don't know. I think like maybe 2 days, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you DoorDash last?
DoorDash, let's see. What did I DoorDash? I don't know.
Okay. So I don't remember anything about the crash.
I have DoorDash recently, by the way, but I don't remember. Okay. I don't remember when. Like what it was like. Like I.
Let me ask you this question. So, you have a mom, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You ever been in trouble with your mom? Your mom asked you a question that you knew your mom already knew the answer to, and she was waiting to see if you were going to tell the truth. So I'm there right now.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot about you I already know, and again, I want to believe you're a good human being, and I think a mistake was made. Have you ever tried to scare your girlfriend by driving into oncoming traffic before?
I would never in my life, or in any shape, way, or form, ever put like the person that I love or I care about or any human being or even anything in harm's way, like anything. I would never ever do that. And this person means the world to me.
Okay, Moses. There is a dash cam video pointing at the front of the car and inside the car. The dash cam video shows you arguing with your girlfriend.
I wasn't arguing. I don't remember arguing.
Okay. All right. Well, having a discussion.
Yes, sir.
And she was getting upset, and it just shows you turning into the left-hand lane, no skid marks, no braking, and then just driving into oncoming traffic. I'm trying to figure out why.
I don't know. Why would I do that? Like I would never.
I don't know. All I know is people tell me what you're telling me.
I would never ever do that. Like, okay, I'll tell you right now. Like, do you know what happened to me? Like, you know how bad that sounds. Like, I just lost I like I you know I don't know how to put it in words, but I lost someone very dear to me, and the daughter, like the girl, like she was very special to me. I really cared for every single person that was like right there within my circle.
Mustafa lost his family in that vehicle. Mustafa Al-Jazairi lost his girlfriend, her 5-year-old baby, in a tragic vehicle accident. What the county has done is they sealed off the whole case. Mustafa has a dash camera inside his vehicle. The county took it and sealed it. So when you put in a FOIA, you can't have access to that dash camera. The computer inside Mustafa's vehicle, the county took it and hid it. And they lied about the data that's inside Mustafa's vehicle. The computer inside the vehicle showed that Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time. I mean, here in this recording, he's telling Mustafa, you didn't do anything to stop the vehicle. Mustafa, he writes in his report that Mustafa told him he was arguing inside the vehicle. We just listened to the recording. Mustafa never said that. As a matter of fact, Mustafa's telling him, I wasn't arguing inside the car. What are you talking about? I wasn't arguing. This investigator falsifies the report. He falsifies the report. They hide Mustafa's dash camera. They hide the computer inside the vehicle. And they never told the community that they had inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found brake failure. So when Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time trying to stop the vehicle, the brakes wouldn't work. Let's go over to a body cam where the police department inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found brake failure.
Right rear tire brake didn't engage.
This body cam is part of a just about an hour long recording. And in this body cam, the police inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found that the front passenger caliper doesn't work. The back passenger caliper doesn't work. So even though Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time, the vehicle would not stop. This is the police inspecting the vehicle, and they found brake failure. But on that recording, he's lying to Mustafa. And for over 2.5 years, they've lied to the community. NBC4 never reported, when they report on the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, they never told the community that the police inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found brake failure. So the officer falsified Mustafa's statements. They lie about this case. They lie about the computer inside the vehicle. They lie about they never found brake failure. And then when you watch the dash camera, you find out this is what's going on inside the vehicle. They want to tell you that they're all over NBC4. NBC4 said that they're arguing inside the vehicle. The police say that Mustafa and his girlfriend are arguing inside the vehicle. And then when you watch the dash camera, you see that Mustafa and Dorothy are sharing a cigarette. Let's pull up the dash camera. This is a dash camera, and this is what's going on inside the vehicle. They want to tell you that there's a heated argument inside the vehicle. And then when you watch the dash camera, you see that Mustafa and Dorothy are sharing a cigarette. NBC4, when they finally released the dash camera, they released 3 seconds of this dash camera, and they cut the portion where Mustafa and Dorothy are sharing a cigarette. Let's watch that one more time. This is what's going on inside the vehicle. Mustafa is driving speed limit. He's not driving reckless. He's driving normal. And inside the vehicle, there is no argument. They're sharing a cigarette. Dorothy has cancer. And what they're passing back and forth is a hemp cigarette. They want to tell you that what you're watching, what you're seeing with your own eyes is not true. They want to gaslight the conversation. As a matter of fact, go as far as cut the portion where they're smoking a cigarette inside the car. They want to tell you that they're arguing inside the car. That here, what you're watching is not Mustafa and Dorothy share a cigarette. No. They're arguing inside the car. I mean, the way Dorothy feels Mustafa's fingers when she's taking that cigarette. And they passed that hemp cigarette back and forth 6 times. Not once, not twice, 6 times. If you rewind it, you'll see that Mustafa and Dorothy are passing back and forth a cigarette. This is Mustafa's toxicology report. Just so we don't leave room to gaslight the conversation. We have the whole entire file. So when someone wants to say, well, that's not hemp. How do you know that's hemp? That's weed. Well, let's look at the toxicology report. What does Mustafa's toxicology report say? Let's zoom in. Was Mustafa under the influence? Blood alcohol, non-detected. That's Mustafa's alcohol level. So Mustafa, there's no alcohol in Mustafa's blood. Let's look at, is there drugs in Mustafa's system? THC. .0.0003, which is the definition. What they're smoking inside the vehicle is hemp. His girlfriend has cancer, and what they're smoking inside the vehicle, what she smokes is hemp to relieve her pain. And this is the foundation of the whole entire case. The foundation of the whole entire case is they want to tell you that there's an argument inside the vehicle, but then when you open the dash camera, you see that Mustafa and Dorothy are passing back and forth a cigarette. To this day, this dash camera has not been released out to the community. And then when they finally released the dash camera, they released an edited version of this dash camera. NBC4 is in a lot of trouble. Because what they've done is they edited the portion in this dash camera that took the dash camera out of context. NBC4, Julie Carey is helping the police department lie about this case. 1.4 million people saw this dash camera edited. They saw an edited version of Mustafa Al-Jazairi's dash camera. What you're watching here is the full dash camera. Where you see Mustafa and Dorsey are sharing a cigarette moments before the vehicle accident. Where is the argument? They lied about the whole entire case. The main investigator falsifies Mustafa's statements inside the vehicle. He falsified Mustafa's statements. We just listened to a recording where Mustafa never said, I was arguing inside the vehicle. As a matter of fact, Mustafa said, I wasn't arguing inside the vehicle. But the investigator puts Mustafa stated he was arguing inside the vehicle with his girlfriend. The dash camera, they edit the portion where they're smoking a cigarette. And now today we're finding out what they've done is they muted this dash camera. I mean, this is directly off the server for the police department. And what they've done, they muted the audio and cut the dash camera. You'll see that the dash camera, when you keep watching it, is going to cut before the impact. And what they've done, they took 17 frames from inside the vehicle. They cut the dash camera before impact. And they removed the audio to gaslight the conversation. Today we find out that digital forensic, Kathy Zymus, admit that this dash camera does have audio. The officer, Chad Mason, took this dash camera, downloaded the files, sat on them for 2 days, got a warrant 2 days later, and he's the one that uploaded this dash camera, these files, to the police department server. Evidence.com. Broke the chain of custody that when digital forensic finally got this dash camera, she's admitting that this dash camera has audio. So why do we have a dash camera that has no audio in the server? Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. The computer inside the vehicle show that his foot was on the brake the whole entire time. We zoom in on Mustafa's facial reaction. You see Mustafa is panicked. He sticks his tongue inside his cheeks. He's panicking. His jaw is wide open. He's panicking. And what we're watching here is the police department took 17 frames from Mustafa's facial reaction. What you're watching here is a cut dash camera. What you'll see, the camera facing inside the vehicle cuts while the camera facing outside is still rolling. The dash camera stopped before impact. What the police department did, they cut this dash camera before impact. But what they've also done is took 17 frames from inside the vehicle. Let's watch. And pay attention to the camera facing inside the vehicle, how it just stops while the one outside, the camera facing outside, is still rolling. I'm going to slow it down just a little bit. I'm going to rewind it. Once it hit 8.0, the camera inside is going to cut off while the one outside is still rolling. When you count the frames, that's 17 frames missing from the camera facing inside the vehicle. "17 frames. NBC4, the police department, want to tell you there is no facial reaction. Mustafa did not react to the vehicle. Well, we zoom in and we see that Mustafa is reacting. He's panicking to the vehicle accident. And what we're looking at is a dash camera where they took 17 frames from Mustafa's facial reaction when he's reacting to the vehicle accident. And what do we see? Even with the cut version, we see a panicked Mustafa. Mustafa sticks his tongue inside his cheeks, reacting to the vehicle accident. Mustafa's jaw is wide open, reacting to the vehicle accident. He's panicked. I mean, I find it really interesting that we're sitting here litigating and looking at a camera that the police department cut and edited. And that's the hypocrisy here. I mean, you tell these details to anybody, even if they're not familiar with this whole entire case, you tell them that evidence show that the police department cut and muted this dash camera. You tell someone that the police department crushed and staged Mustafa's vehicle. That's right. The vehicle looks one way. The vehicle looks completely, after the vehicle accident, they took the vehicle back to the police department and they had the fire department completely crush the vehicle. They crushed and staged the vehicle. You tell anybody that the officer falsified Mustafa's statements. You tell anybody that the police weaponized a 9, a 10, a 14, a 16 against Mustafa. What are they doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? Let's go back to Brad Haywood and listen to what we're telling Brad Haywood. So far, we're in a meeting. We're in a meeting in his office, and we're telling him about, so far we told him about the falsified report. All right? So let's go back and listen to the rest of the meeting.
3 boys. And Javen, which is the oldest. Since then, since we've watched the body cam in February of 2024, saying that they had identified that this investigator had violated department policy, specifically with regards to Amar's complaint saying that the officer falsified Mustafa's statements.
Great.
Since then, since we've watched the body cams, we've identified other discrepancies. Like, I'm sure you'll get to it. There's an interview with the children, the 3 children, 3 boys, and Javen, which is the oldest out of the 3, says to the psychiatrist or the psychologist that's interviewing him, he tells her that Mustafa had crashed the car and left his 5-year-old sister to bleed to death. And when this forensics interviewer asks him, how did you get this information? Where did you learn that? He says that the detectives told me. Which, I mean, I think it shows that the police were actively lying in Mustafa's case. They're trying to frame him for something. And if you look at the body cams, actually, from the very beginning, from the scene of the accident, I mean, Mustafa was...
All right, so let's pause here. Let's go over to the body cam from the forensic interview where 14-year-old Javen Mustafa was a father figure in this child's life. And what you're finding is in the forensic interview, the child says that detectives told him, we identified this detective from the discovery, Detective Romero. The child says Detective Romero told him that Mustafa has crashed a vehicle on purpose, ran away from the scene, left his 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death, and if Mustafa hadn't run away, did not run away, the police could have saved his baby sister. That's what they're telling the child. The problem here is Mustafa was in a coma. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. The police are lying to this child. They're weaponizing this child. Mustafa was a father figure in this child's life. And here you have a situation where the police sit down with a child, they're weaponizing him, and then they put him in a forensic interview. Weaponizing that child against Mustafa. That's child abuse. Let's watch the forensic interview.
When he got into the car crash, the detective said he jumped out and ran, left my baby sitting there. And if he just thought to bring her to the hospital, maybe she would have made it, but she didn't because he decided to be a coward. And now she's gone. And now all I have is my two brothers. She was the sweetest. She would never even hurt a fly. She was innocent too. 25. And my mom's gone. Now she's gone. It's because of one man that I trusted. Because my mom kept on telling me he's a good guy. I kept on saying, okay. Alright, I told her I had my suspicions and I should have went with my gut. I knew something wasn't right. And I still believed her, and that's why they're gone today.
The child says, I trusted Mustafa. Mom always told me to trust Mustafa. This gives you insight into the relationship that Mustafa has with this child. And it gives you insight into the relationship he has with his mother. Mom always told me to trust Mustafa. Mom always trusted Mustafa. But they weaponized that child. They told him that his baby sister, Mustafa, fled the scene, and they could have saved his 5-year-old baby sister if Mustafa didn't run away. They're weaponizing this child. That's child abuse. You have a 9, you have a 10, you have a 14, you have a 16. Now, Mustafa, an off-duty paramedic that responded, that was there, tells the police that Mustafa believes that he's in 2021 and Obama is the president. And Mustafa is dealing with a concussion. Mustafa is seen on police body cams to be laying on the floor in front of his vehicle after the vehicle accident. He's on the floor. He's fighting for his life. He's in and out of consciousness. He's on the floor. And at one point, Mustafa goes into a complete coma. Hospital records show that he went into a complete coma. They helicoptered Mustafa to the hospital. Mustafa was in a coma. But you're sitting there lying to children. Weaponizing children. All right, let's go back to the meeting with Brad Haywood.
I think it shows that the police were actively lying in Mustafa's case. They're trying to frame him for something. And if you look at the body cams, actually, from the very beginning, from the scene.
Can you rewind it just a little bit?
I think it shows that told me, a 5-year-old sister to bleed to death. And when this forensic that Mustafa had crashed the car and left his 5-year-old sister to bleed to death. And when this forensics interviewer asks him, how did you get this information? Where did you learn that? He says that the detectives told me. Which, I mean, I think it shows that the police were actively lying in Mustafa's case. They're trying to frame him for something. And if you look at the body cams, actually, from the very beginning, from the scene of the accident.
I mean, Mustafa was unconscious, was helicoptered to the hospital. They did they tested his blood, no alcohol, no drugs, and he was released by the police. So for the 14-year-old child to say, the police told me that Mustafa was on the run, left my 5-year-old baby sister, and if he hadn't run, we could have saved her. That's weaponizing the kids against Mustafa. That's on a forensic body cam with the children.
Yeah,
and the Commonwealth Attorney is using the children as witnesses into abuse.
Right.
But the police are actively weaponizing those kids.
And I think the other thing is, if you look at the body cams, you can see that Robert Drum and all these other officers.
Before you go into that, we know there is no abuse. We know that Mustafa loved those children, and the children loved Mustafa. One, because there's home visits.
The rule, so we don't have to worry about a lot of that.
there's home videos. There's a Google Nest inside the apartment that shows it's a beautiful relationship. He said a lot of it is not coming in.
It's a lot of the stuff that was in that motion in limine to admit prior bad acts or other bad acts. I think that most of it was excluded, according to Blake. So, I mean, I'm sure there's some of that we need to introduce. I'm brand new to this case.
So you hear me here tell Brad Haywood that there are Google Nest videos inside the apartment. So we have days on days of Google Nest videos that show how beautiful the relationship is. So it's not, you don't have to sit here and take my word for it. No, we have the videos inside the apartment. Now, what you'll hear in this recording is that the county is going to give him a drive. There's a cell phone dump that the police department did on Mustafa's cell phone. And Dorothy has 3 cell phones that the police department did a cell phone dump. What the police department did, they didn't upload it to the server, evidence.com, the police department server. They downloaded it into a drive. And this drive has 1 terabyte of material from Mustafa's cell phone and Dorothy's 3 cell phones. And then what you find out is that Mustafa's cell phone has apps. An app for the dash camera, an app for the Google Nest video inside Mustafa's apartment, an app for the Alexa. So this drive is the most important thing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Because even though the police department cut and muted Mustafa's dash camera, the dash camera, before the officer took the dash camera, downloaded the file, played with the files, is on Mustafa's cell phone. So when the police department did a cell phone dump, the full dash camera is on Mustafa's cell phone. When the police department did that cell phone dump, the Google Nest videos is on that drive. So the county has the Google Nest video since day one. But they pretended that it doesn't exist. And for the whole entire year, one of our biggest problems with Brad Haywood is that just 2 weeks before he withdrew from Mustafa's case, I have a recorded phone call with him. What I'm telling him, Mustafa is calling you and you're not picking up. He wants me to tell you what's going on with his drive. Did you go through it? He says, no, I didn't go through it. And he told Mustafa at one point that he didn't go through it. Mustafa wants him to go with him over that drive. Mustafa wants to go through that drive. So our problem with Brad Haywood is for a whole entire year, he's avoiding the Google, the drive, the 1 terabyte drive. Now, Brad Haywood, there is no way he's that incompetent. I mean, he's a lawyer that's been practicing law for 22 years. So the question is, when he's avoiding that drive, when he's avoiding exonerating evidence that one is going to show the full dash camera with the audio, with the full dash camera before they cut it, is going to show Google Nest videos that's exonerating for his client, is going to show other exonerating evidence on the cell phone dump on that drive. When he's avoiding it, is he not protecting the police department? You want to tell me it makes sense that a lawyer sits on your case for a whole entire year when trial is just around the corner, trial is in March, that he didn't go through that drive yet? That makes sense to you? No, I'm gonna tell you that attorney is compromised. He's protecting the county. Let's go to one of the videos from the Google Nest videos that show what's going on inside the apartments. This is, they want to tell you that Mustafa is this abusive person. But they're hiding the Google Nest videos. Now, we managed to get into the server and get the Google Nest videos. And we're actively leaking it on the internet. But the police department has been sitting on the Google Nest video for over 2.5 years. And now you have the defense attorney who's protecting the county by avoiding the cell phone dump. Let's watch what they're terrified from. This is the child that you saw in the forensic interview. The 14-year-old that the police told Mustafa ran away, left your baby sister to bleed to death. We, the police, could have saved your baby sister if Mustafa didn't run away. They've weaponized this child. They've abused this child in the process.
Everything's gonna be okay.
You ready to go out back?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to give me a hug.
This is the neighbor, Tanisha Coleman's child, 10-year-old child. This is Mustafa here. And then you'll see what you're going to watch is you're going to see Empress, 5-year-old Empress walk in. And you're going to see everybody and Dorothy are going to be playing with water guns. And this is April 3rd. 2 days before the vehicle accident.
Alright, let's go to bed and watch movies.
Alright, everybody needs to
Farrell
stop
locked
crying.
the door. Oh yeah, he didn't want to. Farrell didn't want to get wet, so he locked the door and left everybody out.
Don't be mad.
Okay, let me
No, it's not gonna work. I promise you,
Where's
sir.
the thing?
Now, they want to tell you that Mustafa is abusive. Did you see how this child, just grabbed the water gun out of Mustafa's hands? If Mustafa was abusive, this child would be terrified from him. Anybody that has children will understand what I'm talking about. You don't have to be a psychologist to pick up on what I'm talking about.
Hey, it's not gonna work. I swear to God.
Hey, everybody out of my room.
What about Sean? Can he stay?
Out.
What about
We're going out
Can
too,
he stay?
Moses.
Oh man, I don't want to go. I
That's 5-year-old Empress right there. That's Dorothy. It's Empress. You want to tell me that Mustafa is so abusive, but you have 5-year-old Empress follow Mustafa around? And one interesting observation is, who do you think is the dominant person in this relationship? It's clearly Dorothy. I mean, look at how Dorothy just bossed Mustafa around. You too, Moses. And Moses was like, okay. Like, who wears the pants in the relationship? It's Dorothy. The more you watch these Google Nest videos, you see that this whole entire thing that the police department came up with is, why do you think they're so terrified from the Google Nest videos? One, you're going to see it's a beautiful relationship. And they've been lying about this whole entire case for a whole entire 2.5 years, while Mustafa sits in solitary confinement. Well, the conversation today is not even his case. It's whether Mustafa should have a lawyer. They want to take the lawyer away, walk Mustafa into trial without the reconstruction of his accident, without the extraction of the dash camera, without the evidence on the record. I mean, why do you think Mustafa's defense attorney, Brad Haywood, is avoiding the hard drive? He's avoiding the hard drive because I have a really interesting email from Brad Haywood. He's telling me, oh, how are we going to authenticate these videos? How are we going to bring them in onto the record? What should we do? You have the Google Nest videos on the drive that the county gave you. We'll get into the details of that conversation. A lawyer that's compromised. A lawyer that's working against his client. A lawyer that's protecting a police department that lied. A lawyer who's protecting the county, who is now caught lying. I mean, this whole entire podcast, the leak that we have with the body cams, showed that the county falsified the whole entire case. Why do you think they're so terrified? You want to tell me they pumped $100,000, brought him a lawyer, only to come out a year later with no results? That makes sense to anybody?
Oh, good boy. All right. All right. I'm on this side. Hey, Sean. I can't let you do that.
That's Imagine. That's 10-year-old Imagine. Dorothy's child.
Run!
This is Sean, the neighbor. His child, Dini, a.k.a. Tanisha Coleman. That's Javen, the child that we saw in the forensic interview, the one that was lied to and weaponized by the police.
Ha!
a trick. Yeah, sit down. What the hell is that? Do you need some water to wake up, sir? Want some water?
That's 5-year-old Empress. Dorothy is right behind her.
Oh, hell no.
That's Sean. Just threw water. They're playing with the water gun. 14-year-old Javen.
Protect her. Mom. Sean's being a bad boy.
Well, you can feel that, Jeff. Don't close. Okay?
Mom, you're next.
You need some water to wake you up? On your feet? I know your feet.
Bro, it's going for
He's holding a water gun.
What are you guys doing? What the fuck is this? What is this first place shit?
I'll beat your ass.
No,
do you?
I'll put you in the fucking frying pan and cook you up like fucking pork chop, bitch.
I'll beat you.
You know, I can fight. You guys don't know.
Your grandma slipped on the fucking.
What's up, dog?
Your grandma slipped on the fucking sponge. That's you. Your grandma eat a Big Mac right now. Nah. Your grandma eat a fucking Big Mac right now.
You see how that child jumps at Mustafa? You see how they jump at Mustafa? If a child was abused, if a child was terrified, they would be terrified from Mustafa. But you clearly here, you see the children are attacking Mustafa, jumping at Mustafa, playing with Mustafa. If the children were abused, they would be terrified from Mustafa. Anybody that knows anything about, anybody that has children knows exactly what I'm talking about. These children love Mustafa, and the Google Nest videos show it. I mean, they want to tell you that Mustafa is this abusive person. Doesn't make sense that Mustafa sits in solitary for over 2.5 years, and for 2.5 years, these videos are nowhere on the record. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy and Prosecutor Stephanie Buck are terrified. They're terrified to go to trial because the jury is going to see. You want to lie about what went on inside the apartment? There are Google Nest videos inside the apartment. I mean, I don't have to sit here and tell you it's a beautiful relationship. I can give you the Google Nest videos. You can see Mustafa filling up the water gun.
Didn't work. Oh shit! Shit! Ah! My skin!
The children are tackling each other. They're tackling Mustafa. Mustafa's filling up the water gun.
Bro, man, at the top of his lungs.
Are you done?
Yeah.
No, that's not. One more?
Yeah, one more.
Oh, he's doing the NLE chopper. He's doing that. NBA never broke again. NBA young boy.
JB got it. Hey, look at him. He's 30.
Oh, your hand. Oh, I can break your hand. I don't want to be tough. I don't want to be strong with you, man. Hey, listen, man. We got to stop horse playing. For them. He's like, give me some more when I'm thirsty.
Oh, do that shit in my mouth.
Exactly. That's enough. Stop. Stop before I smack you with this water.
Hey.
Stop. Are you done fucking around?
God damn it, man.
You got me wet.
Shit! Mom!
Let go of the dog.
Everybody push the door open. Everybody push the door open.
This is what he gets for doing what he's doing to my mom. It's what you get for beating up my mom, muscles.
Hey, yo, he got it. You got it.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's mine, man.
He got me. He got me. He got me. He got me. Look at him. Look at him.
Sean, that's a great idea, actually.
Damn. We gotta get the whole gallon. Back up. Back.
No, Sean, that's Sean.
Oh, his head got stuck. All right, no more horse playing. You got it. Somebody's gonna get hurt. Somebody's gonna get hurt. Stop. Stop. What are you doing with that? That's not water. That's not water. That's soda. All right, are you guys gonna stop?
Yeah.
No, that's not water. That's soda. That's soda. That's not water. That's not. What the fuck? Water. No, that's soda.
King! That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not on.
Wait, let me help you. Come here. Wait.
No, like that.
Okay. Alright, now. There you go.
Stop.
That chicken nugget.
Hey, bro, I swear.
That's not.
Stop. I'm on your team. Stop. I'm on your team.
No, you're not. You're lying. That's crazy.
I'm not lying.
You're right.
Wait, why are you shooting me? What do you mean?
I'm done.
If not water, then I'm gonna melt.
I'm done.
All right, so these are the Google Nest videos, and it shows it's a beautiful relationship inside the apartment that the police department have been lying about Mustafa for 2.5 years. You know, I found it really interesting that you have the prosecutor has a expert, Lucy Garanero. Her name is Lucy Garanero. And the police department took the ex-boyfriend in their reports, and whatever abuse that the ex-boyfriend has, they put supplemented as Mustafa. There's an ex-husband, Divine Jones. Whatever relationship and abuse that he has with in the past, they supplemented with Mustafa. They gave falsified reports to a psychologist, and she wrote a whole entire dossier that Mustafa is abusive. And the question is, ma'am, did you watch the forensic interviews? And how could you miss where the children are talking about being weaponized by the police department. Did you watch the body cam? Did you watch the Google Nest videos? The reason they're so terrified is that this file is leaked on the internet. This whole entire case was sealed. They're comfortable. They're taking Mustafa, supplementing Mustafa's name with the ex-boyfriend, with the ex-husband. They're falsifying reports. They're not watching the body cam. They're not watching the forensic interviews. They're not watching. And they're comfortable. Do I think that psychologist is a liar? No. I think they didn't give her the full picture. I don't think they supplied her with the forensic interviews. And I don't think they supplied her with the 100%. They didn't supply her with the forensic interviews or the home videos. And what they've supplied her with is falsified reports. We're going to get to the bottom of it and we'll find out. And the question is for Brad Haywood, not once did Brad Haywood talk about Lucy Guarinero. I find it really interesting. Brad Haywood began attacking his own experts. Dr. Speckard, a psychiatrist that came into this case and put a whole entire affidavit where she said, I watched the evidence in this case. I watched the dash camera. And Mustafa's reaction, he's reacting to a car accident. It's consistent with a reaction to a car accident. The prosecutor, he calls us and he says, I want to have Dr. Speckard sit down with Mustafa. And what we found out is that the prosecutor is filing a motion to exclude Dr. Speckard's affidavit. And he's not objecting to it. Your own defense attorney is not objecting to the prosecutor removing the affidavit where she says, I watched the evidence, I watched the dash camera, and Mustafa's reaction is consistent with a person reacting to a car accident. And instead, he wants to bring the psychologist and have her write Mustafa off as that this is related to someone that has attention deficit disorder. What the fuck are you talking about? In court, he says, I'm bringing Dr. Speckard for something else. And he's not objecting to the prosecutor removing the affidavit where she says this is a car accident. His reaction is consistent with a car accident. You know, I found it really interesting. I'm going through over the dates and the text messages when he wanted to bring in Dr. Speckard, and the county gave him, I have to check the number, but just about $27,000 to pay Dr. Speckard to bring her in again and have her remove the affidavit and have her write Mustafa off as that this has something to do with attention deficit disorder. Basically, write Mustafa off as incompetent. I mean, this is what they're doing. And this is what they wanted to do in day one. He sent us a message and he said he wants Mustafa to sit down with Dr. Speckard. Now, how do you know that the prosecutor is going to remove and file a motion to remove your expert affidavit before she even filed the motion? Do you follow what I'm saying here? I have a text message from Brad Haywood where he wanted to have the psychiatrist sit down with Mustafa, and he's telling me that the prosecutor is gonna file a motion to remove the affidavit. And in court, by the way, I hear him, in court he says that he's agreeing with the prosecutor with the motion that she's filing to remove the affidavit. He's agreeing with her. The question is for Brad Haywood, how did you know that the prosecutor was going to file a motion to remove the affidavit? And why did you not object? Forget you not objecting. How did you know? If she hadn't filed it, how did you know? Did you sit down with the prosecutor and did you agree with her that this is what you're going to do for her? Oh, that's right. You sat down with the prosecutor and you told the prosecutor that you're going to attack your own experts. That's interesting. Isn't that what they wanted to do in day one? Don't I have a body cam where the first attorney that we found out was sent to us by the county, that he has a relationship with the investigator that falsified the police report, took our money, $45,000, only to find out that he is working with the investigator that falsified the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. What am I talking about? Let's watch a body cam where on day one, we woke up to a reality where Mustafa is beaten up inside the jail by correctional officers. And when we told his defense attorney that, hey, Mustafa needs medical, Mustafa was beaten up inside the jail. I have a CCTV video that Mustafa is getting carried unconscious from one cell into another cell. Half naked, unconscious. Where they beat him up in one cell, took him unconscious from one cell into another cell, and beat and abused Mustafa in another cell. This is Mustafa. This is a CCTV video where Mustafa is getting carried unconscious from one cell to another cell by 6 giant correctional officers. Now, at the time when this happened, what was going on the outside? We were telling his attorney that we have material that we're going to release if the county doesn't come out with the material that they're hiding. We have some material. The county is hiding material. And we're telling his defense attorney, I'm going to go on the internet and I'm going to release material. And then we wake up to a reality where 6 giant correctional officers go into Mustafa's cell, beat him, and abuse him. At the time, they told us it didn't happen. Nothing happened. But then today we have the video. And here you see they go in, they beat Mustafa inside the cell. And what they're going to take an unconscious, half-naked Mustafa from one cell into another cell. Now, why are we talking about this? We're talking about this because when we told his attorney at the time, Casey Stevens, we found out, we're telling his attorney, Mustafa was beaten up, he needs medical. Today, I have a body cam where you find that attorney, Casey Stevens, on a body cam with the investigator that falsified Mustafa's police report, is conspiring on how they're going to bring in a psychologist and write Mustafa off as incompetent. Look at Mustafa. He's being dragged half naked from one cell. And they're kicking him. They're hitting him on the head. And when you watch and pay attention to Mustafa's foot, Mustafa's lumped over. Mustafa's foot is not even touching the ground. He's being airlifted by 2 giant correctional officers. He's unconscious. They take him into another cell, beat and abuse him. And till today, Mustafa has not gotten medical. And he's just healing and deteriorating on his own. You don't know what kind of compound and fracture Mustafa has. You don't know what kind of internal injuries. He's just existing in solitary. These are the injuries 2 weeks after we saw Mustafa. Look at his head. 2 weeks after we got to visit Mustafa, his head has giant bumps. His arm is 3 times the size of a normal arm. And it's consistent with, look at his head. This is 2 weeks. Look at his arm. This is consistent with compounding fractures. And when they heal improperly, you're in constant pain. It may look okay on the outside. Unless you look at it on an x-ray and see what's going on, that's why you're in constant pain. So when you look at Mustafa, you're like, oh, he's okay. Well, have you x-rayed him? Do you know if he's healing improperly? Let me break your arm. Let it heal improperly and tell me that you're going to be okay. That's what's going on with Mustafa in solitary confinement. They broke his arm, compounding fractures, and it's healing improperly where it looks okay, but he's in constant pain. I mean, explain to me why no one has given Mustafa medical. I mean, Brad Haywood sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year. A whole entire year. Not once did you ask, is my client okay? Not once did you ask, let me go and take him to the hospital and see if he's okay. Wait a minute. I thought you have a civil right organization. What happened to that? Justice Forward. Don't you have a civil right organization, sir? Let's see. Where are we? We're at 2:45. Let's take a break from this audio. Let's go into Brad Haywood's civil right organization. And we have a special guest that just entered our studio. We have Muhammad. Muhammad is going to be jumping into this podcast. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful podcast. I want to thank Muhammad for being here. I don't know how we're going to organize the cameras really quick. We might just take a break and adjust the cameras a little bit. Let me put it on Muhammad. There we go. Can we capture him with this camera? Can we capture Muhammad? No, we can't capture. Unless, there you go. There you are. That's beautiful. That's what's up, man. Okay. That's what's up. We have Muhammad. He's in the studio. We're going to have a beautiful podcast. Muhammad, I'm going over the recording with the meeting. I think a good segue into Muhammad entering this podcast is let's go into Brad Haywood. So if you go on YouTube and you type Justice Forward, I don't know any better. I would call it Justice Backward. You're going to get Brad Haywood. There we go. That's Brad Haywood.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brad Haywood. I'm the Executive Director of Justice Forward Virginia. We're a criminal justice reform advocacy group, and we're here today to talk about police reform. Specifically, we have a series of explainer events that we're doing this summer called Get Informed About Police Reform, and this is part one. Just by way of introduction, about a year ago, maybe a little over a year ago, we actually had an event where Senator Serval, who's a guest tonight, spoke. He made a comment that I thought was kind of enlightening or profound, that Virginia really has never had a criminal justice reform movement. And that is becoming clear, I think, as we go down the road towards figuring out how to change our justice system. There is understandably, because we haven't done this before, there's a lack of information regarding what's wrong with our system and why. That lack of information.
All right, so that's Brad Haywood. He has a civil rights organization, Justice Forward. And the question that we asked, Brad Haywood, you sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year. You have a CCTV video where your client, Mustafa Al-Jazairi, is being carried unconscious from one cell into another cell. One, why didn't you get your client medical? Why haven't you addressed that your client was beaten up inside the jail? Not once did you ask about your client. Now, you have a civil rights organization called Justice Forward. Brad Haywood wants to bring in a psychiatrist, the same psychiatrist that said this is a car accident. He wants to bring her in and have her write Mustafa off as incompetent. That's interesting. So the prosecutor is filing a motion where she wants to remove the affidavit where Dr. Specker says this is a car accident. The prosecutor wants to remove her. And then Brad Haywood is agreeing with her. He didn't file a motion to object. Instead, he's doing it for her. Now, the question is, where have we seen that before? Don't I have a body cam where the first attorney sat down with the investigator that falsified the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case in own body cam. I've got them conspiring to write Mustafa off as incompetent. I mean, what is going on here? I mean, you write Mustafa off as incompetent. Now you no longer have to worry about the falsified police report. You don't have to worry about the vehicle being crushed and staged. You don't have to worry about the dash camera cut and muted. You don't have to worry about the children, a 9, a 10, 14, 16, weaponized by the police. You wrote Mustafa off as incompetent. Mohammed, I'm going to play a body cam 2.5 years ago where we see Brad Haywood today is trying to do the same thing. Let's watch the body cam. This is...
Let me know when to switch over.
Yeah, do me a favor. Go ahead and switch over.
Get these notes out. We're switching over to... This is Casey Stevens.
Yeah, this is Casey Stevens, the first attorney.
Conspiring with Robert Drum.
Here, so we're going to play, all right, so let's see. This is the portion where he starts off talking to the police, and he's telling Robert Drum, you know, everything that you hear about police and the defense attorney, it's all a lie. You know, behind closed doors, we're all friends. I mean, and I find it disturbing because this is the defense attorney that you have evidence that you've given him that had falsified your client's statements. At the time, we gave him a recording where this officer falsified Mustafa's statements. Let's listen.
Casey, you need water?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Casey said not from the enemy. What? Casey said nothing from the enemy.
You have a beer.
Oh my God, yeah.
I'll take a beer.
Irony. Christian, you want something?
This is the officer that in 2016 pulled him over for a DUI, fleeing the scene, and crashing the vehicle. And now he's joking about, I'll take a beer, and he only gave him 90 days suspended. Today, that same officer is falsifying Mustafa's statements.
Nothing from the enemy. Hurts my feelings, Casey. Some of these defense lawyers think, you know, everybody's a fucking liar and all that sort of shit, you know.
How's Moses doing?
I don't think he's doing very well.
How'd that competency team come back?
This is right after they beat Mustafa. We just watched a CCTV video where they beat Mustafa, carried him unconscious from one cell into another cell. Now you have the investigator that falsified his statements is asking about how is Moses and how is the competency test going?
How's Moses doing?
I don't think he's doing very well.
How'd that competency team come back?
Haven't gotten it back yet. They're taking forever to get to it. Because I think I filed that a month ago. They finally got, at first they were wanting to continue the case so they could get it done, and then like the same day in the afternoon they finally got somebody. They didn't have anybody to do it. I think somebody just bureaucratic dropped the ball somewhere for a little bit. But it's, my guess is it's likely to be continued. They got Susan Frank is the
this is July 2023.
July 2023.
And now we're in December 2025. And you have Brad Haywood picking up where Casey Stevens left off.
Absolutely.
Conspiring with the prosecution to bring in a psychiatrist to do their bidding for them. That's what they're trying to do.
That's exactly what they're doing.
That's the plan. And if it doesn't, if that doesn't work out, then the lawyer is going to withdraw. And Sarah Sammy wants to tell the court that Mustafa should not be entitled to an attorney. I mean, multiple times she's tried to get this this mental health evaluation. She wanted to push it through when Mustafa didn't have an attorney, and Judge Weimer said no. He flat out blocked her. And now that she's been exposed for what she's trying to do, she's conspiring with Brad Haywood to get that done in coordination with him.
just like you said, earlier, I was listening. How does Brad know if the
You can take it off the main.
if the prosecutor hasn't filed anything in court? How does Brad know that Sarah Sammy wants to do whatever she's trying to do with this mental health person? How does Brad know that Sarah Sammy is trying to argue in court, in a motion, that she wants to remove Speckard's affidavit, her statements, and that they want to bring in Speckard for something completely different?
That's what Brad Haywood said in
than
court.
what she came in. And the second thing that I question is, why is Brad so stuck? He's so stuck on Speckard. I mean, that expert was brought in by Blake Weiner, the previous attorney. And it's almost like he's saying, if I don't get Speckard to do what the prosecutor wants done, then it's not going to happen. He can't bring in another expert to come in and do the prosecutor's bidding, because now you're going to have two different psychiatrists saying the complete opposite.
What they're scared is they don't want, there's oversight in this case, and they don't want anybody that's reviewing this case to see that, hey, there's an expert that says this is a car accident, so let's go back and make sure that expert is deleted.
I mean, that's exactly what Sam said. He said Speckard came in, she put an affidavit saying this is a car accident, and they want to redo what Speckard did, and they want it done differently, allegedly the right way. What is the right way? You're doing the prosecutor's bidding for her. Okay? You're doing exactly what the prosecutor wanted to do in that video in July of 2023. You're allowing the prosecutor and Drum to take your expert and put in whatever she wants to put in. Okay? The fact that she said this is consistent with a car accident, according to her 20 years of experience, this looks like a car accident. What Mustafa's actions are consistent with someone who's in a difficult situation and he's trying to avoid a car accident. She says that his reaction in the car is consistent with someone avoiding a car accident. There's nothing odd about his behavior in the car. Anybody, in her experience, in her professional 20-year plus experience, that's how a normal human being reacts when they're put in a situation like this, according to her professional opinion. Why does that bother the prosecutor so much? Why is Brad not moving forward with that? And by the way, Judge Weimer, Weimer refused to give $5,000 to Speckard.
Yep.
And he specifically, I mean, today we have the transcript. He says he's going to give $5,000, but not to that expert. When did the judge become a prosecutor in this case? When does the judge get to decide what expert you get to bring in and what expert you don't get to bring in? Speckard has a very qualified background. She's testified in other cases before. I mean, we have her affidavit, okay? She's been doing this for 20 plus years. This is her profession, okay? So where does Judge Weimer get off saying that he's going to give $5,000 to Mustafa's defense, but you can't hire Speckard?
How could a judge dictate who your experts are?
And what changed from that hearing, that he wasn't willing to give any money to Speckard, that today they're giving $27,000?
Now, I'll tell you something that's really interesting. We can check the dates. I mean, how did Brad know that prosecutor was going to file a motion to exclude his expert, to exclude his expert? Now, we can check. How did he know? Because I have a text message that he sent me on, let me pull up the text. Now, do me a favor, go over.
Well, unless he's in background communication, he's having private communication with the prosecutor. Otherwise, Brad doesn't read minds. He's not that. He's not Superman. You can't read the prosecutor's mind.
You mean the prosecutor is going to give him a heads up because what? She has a good relationship. Hey, Brad, I'm going to exclude your expert. So here's a heads up. What are you talking about? Unless they sat down, they sat together, and he's telling her, I'm going to attack my expert for you.
When he came into court on December 6th, the first thing Stephanie Buck did, she stood up, walked over to him, patted him on the shoulder, and gave him a letter. Okay, what was in the letter? Who knows? Okay, but clearly there's a relationship between Brad Haywood and Stephanie Buck. There's something going on there, something odd. Okay, because prosecutors don't just get up and say, "Hey, what's up, buddy? What's going on, buddy? You're withdrawn." And by the way,
he's angry at us.
He's angry.
And he's friendly with the prosecutor.
He's very friendly with the prosecutor, almost like touchy friendly. Okay, it's just odd. It's very odd. It almost felt like, you know, when like when you're kids, you fall down, and then the teacher comes up and she's like, "It's okay, Jimmy. Are you okay? Did you hurt your knees?" And then she's like patting your back. That's what it looked like. He looked like he was sad. He was upset. It looked like he was going to cry. And Stephanie Buck came up to him and gave him that pat on the shoulder. "It's okay, buddy. We're going to get through this together." I find it odd that the prosecutor is not arguing, not putting in a motion or an argument that the lawyer should not be able to withdraw at this stage in the case. Okay?
Exactly.
You are literally like, 2 months away from trial. You're 2.5 months away from trial. And the prosecutor has no objection over Brad Haywood withdrawing? You don't find that odd? But she does have something to say about Mustafa not being entitled to an attorney. So you're not going to object to Brad withdrawing. Matter of fact, you're actually you're coordinating your motions because he says he consulted with the Commonwealth attorney and they're okay with him putting in his motion. They're okay with having a private hearing about this specific issue, about him withdrawing. They're okay with it. They're all on board that the hearing should be private. And then Judge Weimer says, out of the blue, he says, "Okay, I'm going to ask Mustafa what Mustafa wants to do in this hearing. Mustafa, do you want a public hearing or do you want it to be private?" Why would you want it private? You have the prosecutor there, you have the lawyer there, okay? And Brad and the prosecutor have both agreed that this hearing on December 6th
That's right.
should be private. That it should be private. Why?
Because it's going to expose what they're doing. What they're obviously Brad wanted to attack his own expert, and because we shed light on what Brad is doing, he can no longer go through with it. The real question is, Brad Haywood is the prosecutor is filing a motion to remove Dr. Speckard. Why are you not opposing to it? Why are you not filing? As a lawyer, why are you letting... How does a prosecutor get to dictate who your experts are?
Not only that.
You didn't even file a motion to object. Instead, you're like, "Yeah, that's okay.
You know what his objection was? You know what his objection on the record was?
Well,
he copied and pasted Blake Weiner's motion.
I saw
including his signature, by the way. He didn't add anything to it. He didn't remove anything from it. He didn't read it and turn it into his own. No, he just took the stack of papers and just gave them to the clerk.
That's crazy.
He took the documents from Blake's filing. Okay, that the judge, by the way, the judge denied Blake's filing. And he didn't change anything from it. He took it and just put it on the record, including the signature of Blake.
That's crazy.
That shows you how careless he is in this case.
Look, he's obviously, the disturbing part is the prosecutor is attacking your expert. You're attacking your expert. He didn't file a motion to object. And the prosecutor has, all right, let's just take a step back and say, well, Dr. Speckard didn't sit down with Mustafa. So Brad Haywood wants to bring her in to have her sit down with Mustafa. Is that what he's doing? Is that?
That's one thing.
Well, hold on now. Doctor, what's her name?
Lucy Guarnero.
Lucy Guarnero, the prosecutor.
25 pages.
25 pages. She didn't sit down with Mustafa. She didn't sit down with anybody in this case.
That's right.
Not the children, nobody, not Mustafa. And she wrote 25 pages.
About Mustafa.
About Mustafa. That's in solitary confinement. She never met him. So why isn't Brad Haywood filing a motion against Lucy Guarnero?
Yeah, why not?
Why would he do that if he's attacking his own experts?
Look, I wanted to say something about Brad's professional conduct in Mustafa's case right before withdrawal. Okay, right before putting this motion to withdraw. He wants to say that Mustafa is I mean, the prosecutor is claiming Mustafa is an obstructionist, that Mustafa fires his attorney like right before trial. That this is what Mustafa does, right? And the prosecutors have always argued to the courts that the lawyer should not be able to withdraw. I mean, that's what they argued with Blake. That's what they argued with Jim Bonaker. That's what they argued with like other lawyers in this case that came on. But I find it odd that the prosecutors, not only did they not argue that Brad should not be able to withdraw, they didn't argue. They were silent. They were
She didn't object. She didn't object.
They were in agreement.
They were in agreement. Yep.
Okay. Now, I'm trying to analyze the prosecution's attitude towards Mustafa's attorneys. Now, Elaine Jarvis was also on the criminal case. Okay, she came in mainly for the civil case, but she was also part of the criminal case. She was charged with contempt. By the way, same judge, Judge Carol Weimer, and prosecutor Sarah Sammy. Okay, same case, Mustafa Al-Jazairi's case. Elaine Jarvis was charged with contempt because they accused her of having released sealed material to the public. Okay. Now, Elaine Jarvis, did she release sealed material? Yes, she did. She released the jail videos. Okay, as soon as the moment she got them, she released them. She emailed them to you. She emailed them to me. Okay, and
she did multiple podcasts.
I mean, I have messages where she says, "Put this all over social media." I have a text message from her.
Forget the message. She went on the podcast and talked about him. She released him on her podcast.
Okay, so now going back to what I'm trying to look at, which is the attitude of the prosecution and the judge towards Mustafa's attorneys. Okay, Elaine Jarvis was prosecuted for contempt and they allege there's a whole motion that was filed where they say she violated a protective order that she signed when she came onto the case. Okay, and they're alleging that she had violated that order.
That's right.
Okay,
that's right.
And they prosecuted her. Okay, Elaine was carried out in a stretcher because she was in shock.
I remember
that the Prince William County Court is coming after her. She could be facing jail time, according to Judge Carol Weimer. He said you could be facing up to a year in jail. Okay, and she pled guilty. And Judge Carol Weimer told her, or he ordered, that she's not allowed to practice law in Prince William County. She's not allowed to take on any case in Prince William County for an entire year. She was sanctioned. She was forced to sign into some mental health clinic or some mental health courses.
That's right.
Okay,
That's right.
So that, because basically they're saying she has mental health issues. Okay, no lawyer would release sealed material. Everybody knows the professional rules of conduct as an attorney. Okay, now, by the way, they had no hard evidence on Elaine that she released any material. They had no hard evidence at all. Okay, now
the only evidence there is that I supplied her with the sealed material.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but the prosecution had no hard evidence. It's not like Elaine Jarvis went out and said, "Hey, this is the discovery. I emailed it to Amar," and the prosecutor says, "Well, we have an email here where you emailed this to somebody that's not on the protective order."
Yeah,
that's not what happened. They have no evidence that Elaine Jarvis ever released any files from the criminal case. None whatsoever.
She released it from the civil case, the jail videos.
But that's
separate.
That has nothing to do with them.
That has nothing to do with
because she obtained those videos from the jail.
That's right.
In her civil case.
That's right.
We're talking about here in the criminal case. They charged her with contempt because prosecutor Sammy is alleging that Jarvis released Mustafa's criminal case files to you. That's what they're alleging. But there's no hard evidence. Yet they still convicted her. She was still sanctioned and punished.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, here comes Brad Haywood.
Mm-hmm.
Same situation. He signed a protective order in Mustafa's case. Okay? And he's Mustafa's defense attorney. Yet, the prosecution, their attitude towards Brad is much nicer. Okay? You have Stephanie Buck coming in. She's patting him on the shoulder. They're in agreement with him that this case that he to withdraw should be silent, should be away from the public, should be held in private. And then you have an email.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. How does that make sense when an email comes up in court?
You have an email
where
of Brad Haywood detailing facts that were specifically ordered by Judge Weimer in October of 2025, just a month ago. Judge Weimer specifically instructed the prosecutor and Brad Haywood that any material from the dash camera should not be released specifically to the family.
Do me a favor, go over exhibit. I'm going to pull up the order for Judge Weimer.
Okay.
This is the order that Judge Weimer put in place, where it specifically, item 5, specifically details protective order information obtained through...
Can you zoom in?
Yeah. Item 5, protective order information obtained through the inspection, extraction, or analysis of evidence shall be subject to protective order. Disclosure is prohibited outside the scope of this proceeding, including to family members, except as otherwise authorized by the court. Now, what happened in the motion to withdraw?
I mean, Mustafa gave Judge Weimer...
That's right.
...an email that shows Brad Haywood emailed it to Mustafa Al-Jazairi. Okay? He emailed it to Not Another Boring Podcast. Okay?
Giving me sealed material.
He gave you the information from the case that the judge that you just read, item 5, the judge specifically ordered not to release this information. Okay? Now...
Do me a favor. I'm going to pull up the email.
Okay.
So this is Brad Haywood.
Now, I just want to say, by the way, in your defense, I mean, I've listened to the recordings. Okay. I mean, most of the time I was there listening in real time. In your defense, Brad Haywood tells you, Amar, you are the only outlet for Mustafa that is fighting for his defense. You're the only media outlet that is actively fighting for Mustafa's rights.
He's telling me to keep doing what I'm doing. He's encouraging me to keep doing what I'm doing.
He's encouraging you to do what
That's
you're doing.
on a recorded... I have a recording.
He tells you that every time he walks his dog, he looks forward to these long podcasts. He's getting a lot of his information and key points from the podcast. And he's telling you to keep doing what you're doing. Okay?
I mean, I remember at one point I made a joke with you about that. I said, I hold a 4-6 hour podcast. How long does Brad walk his dog? And should we call animal control? Like, that's animal abuse. If he's walking his dog, his poor dog, for 6 hours, my podcast is just about 4-6 hours. That's animal abuse. Remember that we joked about that. Mm-hmm. I mean, I have Brad Haywood on a recorded line telling me, keep doing what you're doing.
So here's the thing. If Brad is encouraging your podcast, he's encouraging you with what you're doing, okay, with everything that is going on, everything that you've released, every information that you're putting out there. I mean, we have to decide, why was Brad negligent in Mustafa's case? Okay? Why did he not follow the rules in Mustafa's case? Okay? The only thing I can think of is Brad wanted this material to get out.
Of course.
Okay? Because number one, he didn't have you sign a protective order. He didn't instruct you and tell you, hey, Amar, the conversation that we're having goes specifically to Mustafa's strategy. I don't want you guys talking about it. Please don't mention it on the podcast. Okay? He never says that. He's giving you all the information and he knows what you're going to do with it.
I mean, I was active. This is an active podcast before Brad signed into Mustafa's case, while he's on Mustafa's case. And as a matter of fact, he goes on and encouraged me to keep doing. He tells me, you're the only person that's actually, he said, the best thing that could happen to Mustafa is you have an outlet that's talking about Mustafa.
Okay, so given that information, we can all agree the fact that that Judge Weimer in court read an email from Brad to you, giving you specifically item 5, okay? Specifically item 5, he's giving it to you in an email, okay? It shows Brad Haywood emailing
This
you.
is the email. I can read it.
Now, Judge Weimer sealed it. Judge Weimer sealed that email, allegedly from the prosecutor, okay? Allegedly. He sealed it from the as if the prosecutors don't know what Brad is doing.
Mm-hmm.
We know that Brad and Stephanie Buck are on the same page.
Of course.
Okay. Now
he sent me this email so I can release it, so he can stand in court and say, "Well, I have to withdraw because the brother is releasing sealed material."
Even if you're not on the case, he's not your lawyer. He's Mustafa's lawyer. His obligation lies to Mustafa. Okay, but the fact that he gave you that email, it shows you that he wants to compromise this case. He wants to compromise this case, and I honestly think that him and the prosecutor are both on the same page, okay? They know what they're doing, and the fact that the prosecutor and the judge did not hold him in contempt for violating a protective order the same way Elaine allegedly violated a protective order in this case, okay? Why does he get special treatment, okay? And Elaine gets the ruthless treatment.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, why is Brad treated differently than Elaine when they're both violating the same rule? And Brad's case, there's actually hard evidence that he emailed you sealed material. I mean, he's emailing you the strategy of this case. I mean, he gave you a lot of details in that email.
The protective order specifically says you can't disclose this to the family. And they're specifically talking about the finding from the dash camera.
So why did they not prosecute him? Why did they not hold him in contempt? Why did they allow him to just simply withdraw? Just like that. No questions asked. Brad, you're good to go. And, you know, to take it a step further, actually, Judge Weimer actually was leading Brad to an answer as to why he was withdrawing. And I have it here detailed in my notes. Okay. Brad Haywood, when he's telling the judge that he wants to withdraw, Judge Weimer leads in with a statement. Okay. He says, would you not agree that the reason you're withdrawing is strictly to do with strategy? Okay. And Brad's response is, Your Honor, not exactly. Okay? I mean, the fact that he says not exactly, he's telling the judge that he's withdrawing not because of strategy, okay, but for other reasons. He's talking about you, he's talking about the podcast. And I think Brad Haywood's main issue with why he wants to withdraw is because he's claiming that you're talking about him, that his career is at stake. Okay, that's his argument to the court. But Judge Weimer, he steers him back, and he says, he almost forces him to say, the reason why you're withdrawing is because you and the defendant cannot agree to the strategy.
But Mustafa never disagreed with Brad over strategy.
Mustafa never agreed to that.
I have text messages, I have phone calls, I have evidence that Brad Haywood is lying to the courts. I mean, I can read you the text messages between me and Brad wouldn't pick up his phone. Mustafa would call him, and his lawyer wouldn't pick up. So I would call his lawyer, and Brad would tell me, communicate that to Mustafa. I mean, the real question is, why is Brad telling me to communicate that to Mustafa when it's not privileged conversations?
I mean, Brad
do you see what I'm talking about here? These conversations are not privileged. The prosecutor is listening to these conversations, but Brad is telling me to update Mustafa on strategy.
I mean, he's literally submitting podcast episodes to the judge. He's claiming that the podcast is the reason why he's withdrawn. And to simply say that the podcast is saying something that Brad disagrees with, who gives a damn? Who gives a damn?
That's right.
That's not grounds for you to withdraw from a case, okay? But Judge Weimer specifically, he puts that word in Brad Haywood's mouth. He tells him strategy. You dumb motherfucker, you have to say you disagree on strategy.
The problem here is Mustafa did not disagree with Brad Haywood over strategy. I mean, what is the strategy? For a whole entire year, I have recordings that between Brad, here's a problem for Brad and Judge Weimer. The recordings are going to show for a whole entire year, the strategy is reconstruct the vehicle, extract the dash camera. I mean, that's the strategy. And go after the missing body cams.
Okay, here's what I have directly from my notes.
What changed?
The judge specifically says, I have it in quotes, this is an issue of strategy. Is this an issue of strategy? Okay. So my side note is that Judge Weimer is forcing Brad to say it's a strategy issue. Okay. Because now he's brought it up. Judge Weimer has brought it up multiple times. Brad never said anything about strategy, by the way. Brad came in arguing that the podcast is ruining his case, that the podcast is saying information that's inaccurate. He basically doesn't like what the podcast is saying. If you don't like it, by the way,
Turn it off.
Flip the channel.
Turn it off.
Change the channel. Okay? You can't silence somebody just because you disagree with them. You could come here and say whatever you want. But I think it's bothering him, the fact that you are not only saying what you're saying, but you're backing up what you're saying with hard evidence.
Analyzing what's going on in the case with the filing that's being filed in this court.
And here in my notes, okay.
I mean, the problem for Brad is that I'm going over, by the way, these are public filing. Whatever he files, whatever the prosecutor files is public. So it's bothering him because I'm going over what he's filing and it shows that he's working against Mustafa. That's why he's upset.
I mean, look.
He's attacking his own experts.
When Judge Weimer says this is an issue of strategy, is this an issue of strategy? Brad first says no. He says no. He says not exactly, Your Honor. Okay? And then later, after Judge Weimer continuously repeats this thing of strategy, Judge Weimer, all of a sudden, he says, okay, well, in that case, then you do have the right to withdraw because now you've demonstrated that the issue between you and the defendant is strategy.
But
even though Brad specifically, out of his own mouth, he says, no, it's not. It's not strategy. He's upset about the podcast. But Judge Weimer came to the rescue, force-fed him words. In other words, he's practicing law from the bench. Okay? If Brad had a lawyer, the lawyer would be whispering, hey, Brad, say strategy, say strategy. But Brad didn't have a lawyer. He had a lawyer sitting behind the bench. That was Judge Carol Weimer. Okay? And it's not the first time that Judge Weimer practices law from the bench. We're going to go through the bond hearing. We're going to go through the motion to dismiss from October 31st. Okay? We're going to go through all this judicial misconduct.
I mean, this
on
is
the prosecutor's side, on the
coming
judge.
up on the 7th. There's a hearing that's coming up, and they appointed Mustafa. I mean, the bar is so low at this point.
Look, the judge says, does the Commonwealth attorney have a position on the whole thing?
She doesn't object.
She says, Your Honor, the Commonwealth doesn't believe that they have a position on this issue. You mean to tell me that Sarah Sammy didn't object to Mustafa's counsel withdrawing?
I thought she wants to go to trial.
I thought she said Mustafa's an obstructionist because he wants to fire his attorney. That's what she said in the last hearing. She said, Your Honor, he keeps doing this over and over. He's an obstructionist. Even though Mustafa just said, I object to Brad Haywood withdraw. I don't want him to withdraw. I have trial in 3 months. I need a lawyer. I need my lawyer to stay on the case. If he was going to withdraw, he should have left a long time ago.
By the way, this is not Mustafa's word against the lawyer. I have the communications between the lawyer that Mustafa is not objecting to strategy. I mean, I can, if you want to pull it up on the screen.
Before you go into that,
yeah.
If anybody has changed strategy, by the way,
it's Brad.
It's Brad Haywood, because I'm sure you have the recordings. When we first came in, not only did he tell us, he actually told Mustafa that his main objective in this case is to get a change of venue. That's okay? Right. Change of venue, where new prosecutors would re-examine this case. A new judge is going to be overlooking this case. Okay? That was his primary objective. But we know for a fact that there is so much misconduct in this case that any other prosecutor is not going to prosecute. They're not going to do it. Of course. They're not going to do it. Any judge that looks at this case, he's going to say, what the fuck is going on here?
I'm listening to the first time we met with Brad, and he would tell us, I called the previous attorney, Blake Weiner, and I asked him, I said, why didn't you file to kick the prosecutors off the case? And Brad says, Blake told him that they're so incompetent that I think it's a good idea to keep them on this case.
Right.
And Brad says, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, I know Stephanie Buck for a long time, like 15 years. I think she's so dumb that we should just keep her on this case. The truth of the matter is, he doesn't want to kick them off because no other prosecutor is going to prosecute a case where a police officer falsified the whole entire thing.
No prosecutor is going to prosecute Mustafa with all these findings, with all these falsifications. I mean, every report you look at is falsified. Every piece of evidence has been tampered with. Okay? Every witness have been not only weaponized, but forced misinformation and forced to change their statements, their police. Okay? No prosecutor is going to come in and say, oh, okay, police did a great job. No, they didn't. Matter of fact, there's a piece of Mustafa's camera that's missing. A piece of evidence that's missing. According to Robert Drum, he says he placed the camera and then he placed the lens on top of it, put it in the box, and it was given to Zymus.
So where is that piece of camera?
Zymus gets the box. She opens it up. She photographs what's the content of the box. And you're missing the interior lens. Where is the lens that recorded the interior of the car? It's missing.
Did they destroy it?
I think they destroyed it. I think
what was the play? I mean, were they going to say there is no camera facing inside the vehicle?
Either Drum or Davis destroyed the interior lens of that camera because it's not there. And by the way, you can't go back today and say, oh, here it is. We found it. No. When you have evidence that was sealed, allegedly by Drum, sealed in a box and given to forensic evidence, digital forensic evidence, Kathy Zymus, she opens up the box and it's missing the lens.
Yeah.
You're missing half the camera. Where is it? Why was it not photographed at the time? Okay, you have a picture of the SD card. You have a picture of the main camera. Okay, but you're missing the other lens, a crucial piece of evidence. They're not only destroying, I mean, did it just walk away? How secure was this? How secure was this evidence?
The problem for the prosecution is that there is a camera facing outside the vehicle and inside the vehicle. I mean, for over 2.5 years, this dash camera is sealed. They haven't released it. They released an edited version of this dash camera for 3 seconds on NBC4, but they left out and edited the portion where Mustafa and Dorothy are sharing a cigarette. And now you're telling me that the camera facing inside the vehicle is missing. I mean, were they going to go? I mean, at one point, I stole the dash camera, so they can't say that the camera didn't capture the inside of the vehicle.
I mean, the question
But at one point, they destroyed the camera facing inside.
Look, the question becomes, how secure was Mustafa's dash camera when Drum took it out of evidence and gave it to digital evidence? How secure was it? Okay? And who made contact with it?
Did he get a warrant for it?
I mean, look, I mean, that is a very good, it's a very important detail. But the question is, how secure was this camera? If you are missing a major piece of it from the time it went from the primary investigator to digital forensics, the box went missing. Who took it? Who had access to it? I mean, they're arguing, Sarah Sammy argues, chain of custody. They don't want the expert to get in contact with it. They don't want him to take it. The real question is, if an expert comes out today to look at this dash camera, is he going to find half the camera missing? Okay, we know
That's
it was
a problem.
We know it was there because it recorded the interior of the car. Okay, I mean, you can pull up the digital forensics file from Kathy Zymus with the photos. It's not there. It's not there. Did Chad Mason take it? Did Davis take it? And if you have the most crucial piece of evidence go missing, how secure was this evidence when it was at the police department?
I mean, you already know Chad Mason, in a motion to dismiss, he said, I took the dash camera, I broke the chain of custody, I took it back to my car, I downloaded the files, put the dash camera back on the windshield, and then got a warrant for it 2 days later. Well, that's violating the chain of custody, because Cassie Zymus, when she finally got this dash camera, she said this dash camera does have audio. But you have the problem here with violating the chain of custody is today you have a dash camera that's cut before impact and has no audio.
And it's missing.
It's missing.
The lens is missing. I'm going to pull it up for you. I'm going to send it to you, and then you can.
And then
put it
the
up on
prosecutor
screen.
in court is sitting there arguing the chain of custody that we shouldn't have an independent expert go in and then getting the metadata off that the defense attorney should not get a independent expert to go in and download the metadata because it's going to violate the chain of custody. Look at what your officers have done in this case. Look what they've done.
Here it is. Look. I'm going to send you
okay.
2 images.
All right. Oh, you sent them over. Got it. I got it.
Okay, you should pull that up real quick.
You said 2? Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Pull it up real quick.
So this is the first one.
And by the way, this is to show that in the previous page, this is where it says Kathy Zymas, okay, Rexing V5. What does it say? Forensic tools. Okay. Now go down real quick. Okay. Now move on to the next page. There we go. So that's the following page, following that. Okay. Go down real quick to the photos. Okay. What do we have here? We have the front. We have the box that Drum said in his testimony. He put it in a box and he taped it up. And this is where Kathy Zymas received the box and its content. Okay, you can zoom in on that box. Okay, I mean, how secure is that box that you have a piece of the camera missing? Look, that's the front lens. This is the front lens right here. Okay, now you have the SD card. Okay, and this is the back of the camera. Now, there's another portion, a lens, that connects to that camera. It's 2 pieces. Where's the other piece? Where's the other piece? And the reason why I say where is the other piece, because in Drum's testimony, he said he put one piece on top of the other and placed them into the box. Okay? Now, from that moment until Kathy Zymas got it, who got a hold of this dash camera? Where was this? Who came in contact with it? And did someone tamper with it?
I'm going to go to, I'm going to pull up the dash camera and what the dash camera looks like. BestBuy.com. So if you go Best Buy, this is almost a $500 dash camera. Rexing dash camera. I think it's a V5, right?
V5.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what comes up.
I mean, we don't know if they're selling the same version, if they updated it. I think you should just Google it.
Google it? Okay.
Because, I mean, this is 2023. It's 2 years later. I doubt they have the same exact design, same camera.
Okay, let's see. Oh, there we go. This is it.
Okay, so zoom in on that real quick. Let me see. Okay, so, I mean, you see that on the right?
This one?
That is the piece that Robert Drum says he placed one on top of the other, put it in the box, and gave it to digital forensics. Who came in contact with that box prior to digital forensics? Because clearly, digital forensics, Kathy Zymas, when she got it, it's not there. So where was it? Who took it? Did Drum instruct another officer to go after him and tamper with it? Okay, and if so, what did he do with that camera when he got a hold of it? Did someone take it and forget to put that piece back in the box? You know, I mean, if you're falsifying, if you're lying, if you're manipulating evidence, you're bound to leave a trail. Okay, and the fact that we have a major piece of the camera missing, somebody left a trail.
Where's the wire?
Where's the wire?
The wire that Officer Chad Mason said it's cut, but then there's a chunk of his body cam his body cam is missing, when he came in contact with this dash camera, Officer Robert Drum's body cam is spliced, is cut. I mean, I have the whole file. Whatever that's in the police department server, I have it.
Where's his body cam when he
Here's the problem.
when he took the camera and placed it in the box?
Exactly.
I mean, you're dealing with a very delicate, very important piece of evidence in this entire case. And you want to tell me, as you're unboxing, as you're boxing up, you never recorded on your body cam as you're mishandling this dash camera? You never recorded that portion? You want to bet they did record, but Sarah Sammy's hiding it in the hidden folder?
I mean, the problem
with
with
Andrew Margiotta's body cam?
Brad Haywood filed a Brady motion and then went behind closed doors and put in an order that he's no longer pursuing the body cams. So you put on a show, Judge Weimer grants you the body cam, and then you go tell the prosecutor, I don't need them, by the way. Body cam that will show officers falsified this case.
Look, the fact that they're not holding Brad Haywood in contempt for violating a protective order, the fact that they're not holding him in contempt shows you he was compromised. He was working with the prosecution.
I mean, right now they're so terrified, they're so upset, and so they're so terrified that these phone calls and these recordings are going to be released because it's going to show. By the way, not only that the county is looking, the community is looking. What happened to a lawyer that the county gave Mustafa? What happened to all the money that they pumped into this case to hire an independent expert? I mean, over $100,000.
A private investigator that came in just depleted the funds.
Let me ask you a question. Sam took almost $20,000 from Mustafa's fund. Brad Haywood
to do what?
Well, my question is, Brad Haywood brought in this private investigator and paid him just about $20,000.
By the way, his job was to show Mustafa the discovery file.
Does it make sense that Sam sits on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year and doesn't go over the cell phone dump?
He hasn't gone over anything. Let's be real. Sam has not gone over any piece of material from the discovery with Mustafa. Okay? The only thing he, I think, brought in one time was Andrew Margiotta's body cam. And he flipped through it really fast. He says he didn't have time or whatever. But that's the only body cam he ever brought in.
How many times did Sam go in and see Mustafa over the whole entire year?
I would say maybe, at max, 5 times.
Okay. Why would Sam go in
with
and sit down with nothing and sit down with Mustafa? Mustafa, tell me
what's on your mind.
Tell me what's on your mind. He doesn't bring in the body cams. He doesn't bring in the discovery.
And Mustafa told him. He called him out. He said, what's on my mind is... Where's the discovery? Why didn't you bring anything with you?
Why aren't you going through my cell phone dump?
Why are you here with no material? I want to see the material. I want to see my discovery. Sam gets upset and he leaves.
Would you agree if a private investigator and a lawyer sits on your case for a whole entire year and they don't go over the drive of the cell phone dump? Would you not agree they're protecting the county? Would you not agree there's something on this drive that's terrifying everybody?
Well, here's the thing. Sam took government funds that were awarded to the defendant so that they can show him the discovery. I would like to see his invoice, okay? I'd like to see his invoice, and I'd like to see what he charged. I believe, the last document I saw from a couple months ago was he claimed $10,000. So I would like to know how much money he claimed from the government, okay? In the name of, I'm showing this defendant the discovery. Okay? Because clearly, if that's what he's saying, he's lying. Okay? You're committing fraud. You're actively committing fraud. Okay? And there's a way to verify what material you brought in with you, because I'm sure there's video when you walk into the jail. There's video when you leave the jail. There's video of how long you were there.
Let me show you.
And if you want to tell me that in 5 visits that lasted no more than 2 hours each, you want to tell me you went over, 804 pages and 50 body cams in those 5 visits? I'm going to tell you...
each body cam is an hour long. What are we talking about?
Okay, so, we know for a fact he did not show Mustafa the discovery.
Do me a favor. Go over to Exhibit. I'm going to pull up a transcript.
I want to see the invoice. I'd like to see Sam's invoice, to be honest with you.
That's... Yeah. Where did that money go?
Fraud, waste, and abuse... That's a whole department in the government. Okay? And if he's committing fraud and he's abusing government funds.
He's depleting Mustafa's legal fund.
Listen,
I mean, here's a problem. Do me a favor. Go over exhibit. I want to show you.
If you don't want to do it, by the way, if you don't want to do it, step the fuck aside. Let somebody else do it. You're not. By the way, you're not doing anything special. You're bringing in your laptop, okay, that has the body cams and it has the material. Mustafa can read, write. He can see. He can watch the body cams. He doesn't need you to do anything. You're just a vehicle. You're just a messenger. You're bringing in the material so that he can see it because the county's holding him behind bars. That's all you're doing.
In a case,
nobody's asking you to bring in your expertise. You're literally just bringing your laptop, bringing your ass to the jail so that he can see it.
So let me ask you
You're not doing anything special.
You have a private investigator that took just about, you said the last invoice was $10,000. Okay,
I mean, I saw $10,000
okay,
getting
so
paid to Sam.
Doesn't make sense that the private investigator, there is a drive that the county gave Brad Haywood for a whole entire year. And what's coming out of that drive, do me a favor, go over to the transcript. On November 20, the previous attorney says, the data extraction from multiple cell phones of two individuals in this case who have passed, as well as, I believe, like a third phone. They're talking about Dorothy's cell phone. They're talking about Mustafa's cell phone.
There's 4 cell phones.
4 cell phones. There might even be a 4th phone, but it's multiple cell phone, as well as, I believe, all of the data. Oh, I'm sorry. Also, one of the cell phones for my client, and also the extraction from the dash camera that was part of this case. In total, off the top of my head, I believe the data extraction, it was large enough that it needed at least 1 terabyte drive for the Commonwealth to put the data in. So wait a minute. Mustafa's cell phone has an app for the dash camera, has an app for the Google Nest videos inside the apartment, has an app for Alexa. So you're talking about a case where an officer is admitting to taking the dash camera, violating the chain of custody, downloading the files, breaking the chain of custody, and then now digital forensics says, wait a minute, this dash camera does have audio. For 2.5 years, you've been saying there is no audio. You have an officer that took the dash camera, and today you have a dash camera that has no audio and is cut before impact. Your digital forensics is saying, when I finally got this dash camera, it does have audio. And you have a situation where the dash camera has an app on the cell phone.
And it does have audio.
And it, absolutely. Okay, so let me ask you this. The app is on the cell phone. So when the police department did a cell phone dump, before this officer got to this dash camera and muted it, it's on the cell phone. Mm-hmm. The Google Nest that the county's been avoiding for 2.5 years is on the cell phone. And you have a whole entire private investigator, a lawyer that sat on your case for a whole entire year. And not once did they go through the drive. What? They don't want the exonerating evidence? They don't want the full dash camera? They don't want the Google Nest videos that shows it's a beautiful relationship and the county's been lying about Mustafa? Instead, you don't have to know anything about this case. If you tell anybody, you have a lawyer, you have a private investigator that sat on this case for a whole entire year and they never went through that drive, they're going to tell you they're working for the county.
100%. 100%. The fact that they're not showing Mustafa what's on this drive, the fact that they're claiming that they haven't gone through the drive. That's what Brad says. I mean,
I have an email. You want me to read the email?
You asked him.
Let me read the email.
You asked him on the phone. I know. I remember you asked him on the phone.
I have a recording.
Okay. In what? I think in November, like a few days before he withdrew.
That's right.
You asked him, did you go through the drive? And what did he say?
No.
I haven't gone through it.
I was shocked.
What have you been doing since February?
I said, Mustafa wants me to tell you.
What have you been doing since February? The government gave you a sidekick, a paid sidekick, a paid private investigator. You couldn't call this investigator and say, hey, Sam, there's a drive that the previous lawyer is saying that the dash cam is on it. Mustafa's telling me he had a Google Nest. He's got an Alexa. He's got all this information that's contradicting to what the narrative of the prosecutor is. I'd like you to go through this hard drive, and I think we're going to show that the county lied on this guy.
I'm going to show you something that's really interesting.
He never did that.
Dorothy's cell phones are very relevant into this conversation.
But Sam, by the way, Sam wants to sit down with Mustafa's dad for 2 hours.
That's crazy.
Tell me about yourself.
That's crazy.
Tell me about your background. Tell me a little bit of history about you. I think, in my professional opinion, the hard drive is much more important than you chatting with your client's father. Okay? Although maybe it gives you background information, do your homework. Do what's necessary and required of you before you start, venturing out into these like exotic meetings. Okay?
I'm going to show you a body cam. Where the ex-boyfriend is on a body cam and an investigator, Davis, is sitting down with him. And the ex-boyfriend is claiming that he's in communication with Dorothy, that Dorothy tells him Mustafa is abusive. And it's on these texts that she texts him. And then he tells the main investigator that I deleted the messages. Wait a minute. You deleted the messages, but the police department has Dorothy's cell phone and they did a cell phone dump and it's on the drive given to the lawyer.
Okay, so they can easily verify, do these messages exist? And if they don't, now you have a claim against the prosecutor's witness. Okay, that they're liars.
But instead, the lawyer avoids.
By the way, even if they are deleted, Cellbrite brings back any deleted message. Okay? For everybody knows, the government can retrieve deleted messages.
You're saying they should have subpoenaed the ex-boyfriend's cell
phone.
100%
they should have subpoenaed.
But they didn't do that.
But the fact that they have Dorothy's phone and they can go in there and see, was there communication with Glenn Ford? And if there isn't, you just impeach that witness. You just put an X on him. He's already impeached, by the way.
The prosecutor is not doing that, and then your lawyer is not doing it by avoiding it. Let me play the body cam. Do me a favor. Go over to the body cam. I want to go to... There we go.
Now, I know you talked about Instagram and Facebook Messenger. Do you happen to have any, or emails? Do you have any of that stuff from her?
I checked yesterday when after I spoke to you. I think I deleted all that stuff.
But would she use that on a regular basis, you think?
Yeah, to contact me?
Yeah.
Or just to contact anybody?
Well, to contact you.
To contact me, it was like a little bit of all that put together.
Okay.
Because I think when he got wind of something, then she changed to another one. Yeah. And when he got wind of it, she'll change to another one. Until the emails, that was like it. Like before, like when she would call me, she'll have like a little code that she'll give me to let me know that it's her.
Okay.
Like something only me and her would know.
Okay.
And then I know it's her, and not
Yeah.
So as soon as she says that, then I'm like, okay, what's up? Like, what's going on? And the last day I seen her was probably like 4 days before the accident.
Okay.
When she emailed me.
Now, email, you mean like traditional email?
Email, yeah. And then she'll be like, I'm going outside to walk the dog. Like, can you meet me outside and stuff like that? So I met her outside and we was just talking while I walked the dog. And she's just like, I just need to talk to you. And she's like, this guy, he's hitting the kids. He's doing things to her. And it's like, Jesus. But it's like, I couldn't do anything, I couldn't. All I could tell her is to call the cops.
Yeah.
Like that's.
You can't make them dial a number.
Yeah. You gotta help.
How convenient is that his messages are deleted?
By the way, wait. He says Instagram, Messenger, email, traditional text messages, and that she called him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we all know police can put in a subpoena to her carrier, okay, to get call logs, to get text logs, okay? If there was a text that was sent, your carrier is going to show. They could subpoena his carrier, okay? So you have proof from both ends. He's saying that she called him at this time at night, that when she was walking the dog. Okay, you can verify all that, okay? Even if you deleted it, you can verify, was there a text sent at this time on this day? Was there any communication with Glenn Ford? You can contact the carrier. As a police department, you're investigating a double homicide. and you never thought to yourself, Investigator Davis, you never thought to yourself, let me subpoena the carrier for both of them. Okay, I want to see if this guy's telling the truth.
Why would he do that when he's literally telling him in another body cam, Glenn Ford, we need you. Mustafa is a bad guy. We need you to get our ducks in a row. We need you, Glenn Ford, to get Mustafa off the street.
Look, and hold on a second.
That's what the officer is telling this guy.
Glenn Ford lives alone. So if you're getting a message on, according to you, Instagram, Messenger, you're getting an email, you're getting phone calls from 4 days ago. I mean, look. He says 4 days ago, she called him. She met with him outside while they're walking the dog. I'm going to pull up my phone app, and I'm going to show you how far my phone calls go back. Today is what? Monday, December 8th? Okay? And I can go back to... My call log goes back to September.
I mean, it's clearly this guy.
90 days on my phone, by the way. I can show you. I called this person on September 2nd. I called that person on September 2nd, September 3rd, and it goes all the way back. This is my phone log, okay? You want to tell me that Dorothy called you and immediately you live alone, okay? Now, let's set this up for people. You live alone. Nobody's checking your phone. And you get a text from your ex-girlfriend that lives right across the window. Okay, in the next apartment over, she's sending you a message. This guy is abusing me. He's beating the kids. And you thought, oh my God, let me delete the message. Why would you delete it?
I mean, I'm going to show you another body cam where, look at this.
Why would you delete the message if you're living alone? Nobody's going through your phone. Why would you delete?
2.5 years, the prosecutor never came up with, I have a text message from the ex-boyfriend that Mustafa is abusing.
Oh, how interesting.
Never. And then defense attorney Brad Haywood is not interested in going through this. Why are you protecting the police department? Because it's going to show, one, you're going to knock out Glenn Ford.
He's protecting
Glenn Ford,
the Commonwealth attorney's fake witnesses.
Exactly.
That's what he's doing.
I mean, let me play this body cam. Let me show you this.
Did she ever tell you anything? Did she ever tell you anything else about their relationship? About things that he would do or anything within their relationship? Anything he would do to the kids? Anything that you witnessed?
I didn't witness anything that he's done.
Did she ever?
He didn't witness anything. He didn't witness anything that he had done. Witnessed. He didn't witness. I didn't witness anything. I didn't witness anything that he had done to the kids. I don't have the messages where she's telling me he's abusing them. I don't have anything to prove that she was contacting me.
What the fuck is? No wonder this file is sealed. By the way,
hold on.
They sealed it.
Hold on a second. Look, I don't have the evidence that she was texting me. I don't have the text messages where she's telling me he's abusing the children. I don't have any evidence that I actually was in communication with her.
That's crazy.
And I didn't see anything.
That's crazy.
And
that's crazy.
This is what Investigator Davis is building.
This is what Prosecutor Sarah Sammy is sitting on.
That's what they're building on. That's what they're building on. This guy, I don't have anything. I don't have nothing. I mean, I don't even have anything. Zero.
But Mustafa's a bad guy. But I didn't see it.
No. He's saying that she confided in him, that she texted him, that she met up with him in secret while she's walking the dog. You did not think to keep any of the messages? I mean, I'm trying to I'm trying to understand this. Okay,
he's lying.
I'm trying to understand it. You didn't go to the police. You told her, listen, Dorothy, you're just gonna have to call the cops. But hold on a second.
You know what the problem is?
Let me delete the message that you just sent me. I don't want this on my phone.
By the way, that your boyfriend is abusing you.
Clearly, Glenn Ford does not like Mustafa. That's obvious. Okay, you want to tell me an ex-boyfriend who does not like the new boyfriend gets a message from the girl that this guy is abusing children, and you thought to yourself, I don't like this guy. I have proof that she's telling me he's abusing the kids. What am I going to do with this information about a person that I dislike? I'm going to delete it. Does that make sense?
I'm going to show you something that's
Does that make any sense at all? Rob Davis thinks that makes sense.
You know,
Sarah Sammy thinks that makes sense. Amy Ashworth says, good job, Davis.
I mean, the whole
you
theory,
did a great job.
The whole theory for the prosecution is that Mustafa is jealous from the ex-boyfriend. Well, let me play a portion of the body cam where the ex-boyfriend says Mustafa doesn't know me. Do me a favor, go over to exhibits.
I mean, how could you be jealous of someone you don't know?
He didn't know I was Glenn.
Okay, so you went downstairs, but he
didn't know it was. He didn't know I was Glenn.
Okay, so you went downstairs, but he didn't recognize you, or he didn't know who you were.
He doesn't know how I look.
Okay.
Didn't know it was. He didn't know I was Glenn.
Great investigative work.
Okay, so you went downstairs, but he didn't recognize you, or he didn't know who you were.
He doesn't know how I look.
Okay.
He doesn't even know how I look.
So the prosecutor is basing a whole entire theory on a Mustafa that doesn't even know the ex-boyfriend.
Again, this goes back to Brad Haywood, his private investigator, Sam, okay, and how they're ignoring the most crucial piece of evidence that shows Robert Drum falsified that warrant. These allegations against Mustafa about abuse are all manufactured and fake. You have the evidence in your lap, okay? The evidence was mailed to you by the prosecutor, and now today you have a Brad Haywood who says,
Take it off the exhibit, yeah.
Oh, you know, Not Another Boring Podcast is talking about me. They're bullying me, and I'm not used to this type of pressure. He's used to making deals with prosecutors, and he's used to people being so incompetent that they just follow whatever he says. Okay? Mustafa is telling him over and over and over and over, where is my hard drive? The prosecutor accused me of having a bad relationship with the people I was living with. I'm telling you, I have a camera in my apartment. There's an Alexa. There's communication on my phone, on her phone, and you have the phones. Let me see it. Or at least you look through and tell me what you see. And Brad says, we have time to do that later.
What do you mean? Trial is just around the corner.
We have time to do that later.
Trial is in March.
Later, until when you finally get him in a corner and you say, what the fuck, Brad? Where is my fucking hard drive? He goes to the clerk and says, I'm withdrawing out of this
Have you
case.
noticed as soon as we emailed him and put it on the record, he withdrew?
Yeah, he filed the motion to withdraw.
I mean, for a whole entire year, he's been telling us, I'm going to go through it. Just give me time.
The moment you said on black and white, Brad, where is Mustafa's hard drive with the phone data dumps? Where is it? Are you going to go through it? Can you go through it with Mustafa?
Now, really quick.
He withdrew and he didn't do it.
Exactly.
He didn't do it.
Exactly. Because now it's on the record.
Now it's on the record.
Do me a favor. Go over to exhibit.
And by the way, the prosecutor already knows. She already knows that Brad, his actions, they pretty much fucked over his reputation. His rep is fucked. Like, there's no way.
No one is going to hire Brad.
No one trusts him. He's not trustworthy.
I'll tell you something that's really interesting.
And that's why, by the way, that's why they allowed him the easy out. Because they know that the stuff that he did in this case they're
criminal.
They're no longer repairable.
They're criminal.
They're irreparable. You can't repair what Brad Haywood gave to the prosecutor. When he gave her the funds awarded to Mustafa by Judge Willis, when he gave those funds to the prosecutor, that's irreparable. You can't go back and say, Brad, why did you give my money to the prosecutor? Why did you give my money to the prosecutor? What is he going to say? What is he going to say? I mean, he's literally taking the funds and putting it in Stephanie Buck's pocket.
Do me a favor. I want to pull
and
up
he's doing it to your face. He's
And-
doing it openly in court.
I have the document. Do me a favor.
And
Go over.
the judge is looking at him like, what? Like, you're doing that on the record? Do it behind closed doors. You're doing it on the record. You know that's a conflict of interest, right?
That's what Judge Weimer said. I mean,
That's
to
what he
Judge
said.
Weimer's defense, do me a favor. Go over to exhibit. I'm going to pull up that document real quick.
He gave the prosecutor the defense funds. You know how hard it is to argue to a court, my client is indigent, This expert is detrimental to my client's defense. The jury is not going to know what this means. That the prosecutor is bringing her own expert. We should be able to bring in our expert too to show our side of the story. Okay, you put a whole argument, okay, in front of the court saying that this client is indigent, that if he had the money, he would bring in this expert. The judge reviews it and they say, okay, you made your case. Here are the funds for your expert. And then you have a lawyer, some dipshit like Brad Haywood, comes in and says, oh, funds. Hey, Sammy, here you go. Take these funds. Hey, prosecutor, we're not going to use these funds because we already made a backdoor deal together. So here are the funds. You hire your expert and, bring him to court. Make sure your expert doesn't tell you his findings. Make sure your expert gives me the findings and doesn't talk about it with you.
That's
I
crazy.
mean, did we run out of experts that can look at dash cams? Did
I'll
Virginia
tell you,
run out?
I'll tell you, when you tell...
Is Virginia short on experts? Digital evidence experts?
And, when you look at this whole entire thing and you find out, I mean, he's literally taking money and giving it to the prosecutor, independent expert. When you read through these documents, you'll say, well, Doug Lacey, yeah, he's the prosecutor's independent expert, but Brad Haywood took Doug Lacey and hired him as his independent expert. And prosecutor can absolutely, they can take each other's expert. Sometimes this expert will testify for the prosecution and sometimes will testify for the defense. That happens all the time. But in a case where the case is falsified and you're arguing that the police department is falsifying that's what Brad Haywood told the judge.
Not only that, but the prosecutor has already reached out to Douglas.
Exactly.
They've already reached out to Doug.
In a case where it's heavily biased by the police department, they already falsified you're telling the judge that the main investigator falsified my client's statement. You're telling the judge the police department weaponized the children. You're arguing to the court that they're blocking the reconstruction of the vehicle, that the police department cut and muted your client's dash camera. I mean, that's what's on the table. You're going to take the independent expert of the prosecutor where you're arguing to the judge, telling him the police department are influencing and inserting a bias in the investigators that we're bringing in. I mean, the history of the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case is that we hired an independent expert, and on body cam, the main investigator is blocking him from reconstructing the vehicle and inserting a bias, lying to him about this case. What happened to Stephen Keen? He wasn't allowed to reconstruct the vehicle and was lied to about this case. Was blocked from getting the information, the ACM, the data, the dash camera, the ACM. He wasn't given all that information. Instead, on body cam, you see the defense attorney, Casey Stephen, and the investigator that lied, Robert Drum, working to brainwash this independent expert.
Not only that, but think of what they told him at the time. They told him that there's a dash cam that shows Dorothy crying.
Yep.
Mustafa is arguing with her as he's driving into oncoming traffic.
I mean, if you were the independent expert,
if I was Stephen Keen, I would say, it's like this is an open shut case. Why am I even here looking at the car?
I mean, it's
why would I even look at the car?
You have the police officer and your defense attorney telling you the same thing.
Exactly. When the defense attorney is not pushing back on that narrative, Stephen Keen has every right to say, fuck this guy. Fuck it. I'm not even going to do his inspection. I'm not even going to write a report. Okay? This guy is obviously guilty. If you're telling me there's a dash cam with him and his passenger arguing as she's crying, he drives into oncoming traffic with nothing on his face.
So,
no emotion.
So, given the history of this case, that the police
and he's
department...
a child abuser.
Okay, so given the history that the police department is falsifying this case, inserting a bias, you're going to take the money and hire the independent expert that the prosecutor already reached out and talked to.
And told him the same thing that they told Stephen Keen.
How does that make any sense?
They've already told Doug.
I mean,
this guy, there's a dash cam that shows this. He has a history of abuse. He has this. They told him all the lies that they've already presented in this case. Okay, they've already told Doug all this information. I mean, Doug, I'm assuming he's going to come in and say, this is an open shut case. Okay. Just like Stephen King. Why am I even here? Why would I go through this dash camera and really bring information out? Why? If they're already telling me he's guilty. Okay. That's the whole point of the defense hiring someone who's non-biased, who's not making contact with the prosecutor, but making contact for the defense. You're here on behalf of the defense.
So the minute you expose Brad Haywood, he tells the court the ground that he withdrew is supposedly strategy.
Bullshit.
Okay, what strategy? I mean, who's changing strategy?
You have recordings of him saying he's going to do change of venue.
Yep.
Okay, change of venue. Okay, we have recordings of him saying, let me read the file. Give me a little bit more. Give me a month or so. Okay. Something is happening in July. I remember that. Something's happening in July.
He said on that recording.
And when he says something, he says, I'm even considering filing bond
motion.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm considering filing. Let me just catch up. You guys are already there.
Yep.
Give me a little bit of time. Let me catch up. Let me get all the information from what you're telling me. Okay. I mean, I can easily file for bond. He has every right to file for bond. Okay. And you ask him in November, mid to late November, Brad, you've been on since February. You keep saying I'm trying to catch up with this case. Okay. You filed a whole Brady motion. So clearly you've went through the material. Clearly you've identified all the misconduct. You went through this case. Why have you not filed for bond? Okay. And in the Brady motion, I noticed a huge portion that Brad just overlooked. Okay. Brad just simply ignored. Okay. And that's going to be our next topic that we're going to dive into a little bit of detail. Okay. Because I think this part that we're going to go over, it's going to show you how not only is there misconduct in the police department as well as the prosecutor, but you have misconduct from the judge. Okay. And with the judge himself, specifically Judge Carol Weimer, there's misconduct. Okay. There's abuse of authority. Okay. And there's a lack of rules. You know, they're not following the judicial rules that are standard in every case. When you have witnesses take the stand, okay, there are certain there's procedures that must be taken. When a witness takes the stand, you enforce this rule all the time to ensure that witnesses are not corroborating their stories and they're not lying. I'm not basing my testimony on what you say, okay? And this is what happened on October 31st.
I mean, that's the most basic thing. That's the most basic and crucial rule that you follow in court.
Okay, and you can say lawyer 101. Every lawyer knows when a witness is testifying, other witnesses should not be in the courtroom. Everybody knows that. And the real question is going to be, why did Judge Carol Weimer allow witnesses from the police department, officers, to be sitting in the courtroom while their fellow officer that were subpoenaed as witnesses, they allowed them to stay in the courtroom and listen to each other's testimony and corroborate their story so that they don't say something against each other. Okay. Now the judge, I would say the ultimate authority lies with the judge. He should have put everybody out, but he didn't. The next step I would say is your defense attorney. That's your biggest advocate. He should have immediately said, Your Honor, before Robert Jump testifies, you have Chad Mason, Zymus, and I forgot the other officer, Hernandez or whatever his name is. He's on the transcript. But you have 3 officers in the courtroom. I don't want him testifying yet unless these witnesses exit the courtroom. And sadly, Blake Weiner did not do that. Even though, Blake has a history as a former federal prosecutor, so he should have definitely known that rule. Okay, he has experience with courts. He worked for the government in the past. He should have immediately jumped on that, but he didn't.
I mean, but what does that tell you?
Okay, prosecutor Stephanie Buck did not ask the judge to make their witnesses leave the courtroom. Matter of fact, in the transcript, you're going to see that they ask the witness. Imagine, they ask Kathy Zimas. They say, Kathy Zimas, you just heard Chad Mason testify to ABC. Chad Mason, you just heard Robert Drum testify to 123. Robert Drum, you just heard Kathy Zimas testify to 123. She's basically showing on transcript, she's showing the public that these witnesses were all sitting in the courtroom as they all testified. Every officer listened to that testimony so that when they took the stand next, they corroborated their stories in real time. Okay, I mean that is the biggest negligence. Not only negligence. Okay, it's misconduct on a whole new level. Okay, I would love to go through that transcript.
I mean, no. What I wanted to finish the audio,
whether today, whether tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, we're gonna go through it.
You know, this issue has to be addressed because when you have officers,
I mean, they were comfortable because the case is sealed, and now it's
when you
unsealed.
have officers matching their testimony under oath, they've just perjured themselves, and not only that, but they've impeached their testimony. These officers should not be allowed to testify in court, okay? Because they corroborated their testimony together, okay? I mean, the whole point of cross-examining witnesses on the stand is to catch the discrepancies. That's the whole purpose. When you get Chad Mason on the stand, and then you bring in Drum, okay, and then you bring in Zimas, okay, when you're asking them questions, you're trying to get the inconsistency. But on October 31st, that day, they all corroborated their testimony so that they don't impeach each other.
Instead, prosecutor Stephanie Buck tells digital forensic officer Zimas, "Did you heard?"
By the way, this is grounds for dismissal. This is grounds for dismissal for the entire case.
Stephanie Buck tells Zimas, "You heard what Officer Chad Mason said on the stand." What do you mean? They're all sitting in court.
You heard what your fellow officer just testified to. Well, Stephanie Buck, you're so stupid. But thank you for saying that, because now you've inserted that on the transcript. And by the way, I'll say, at the time, these transcripts
were sealed.
Nobody's getting these transcripts, okay? And by the way, and you can't even record in the courtroom because they have a metal detector outside. They confiscate your phone before going into the courtroom. So nobody is going to know. Nobody's going to know that the witnesses are all sitting in the courtroom taking notes as their fellow officer is testifying. They're all taking notes, okay? And when Chad Mason takes a stand next, he's going to make sure his testimony matches Kathy Zimas. It's going to match Robert Drum. And they have, by the way, they had another officer in the courtroom. He didn't testify, but he's sitting there listening so that when they do bring him to trial, because he was subpoenaed. He's on the subpoena list. When he does show up to trial, he's already heard what Kathy Zimas is going to say. He's already heard what Drum is going to say. He's already heard what Chad Mason is going to say. And Rob Davis, by the way, Rob Davis on October 31st, he didn't show up, but he submitted a written statement to the court. And Blake Weiner had no objection to it. And his testimony was entered as evidence. How do you testify in a case without being present? He testified on paper. That's what he did. He wrote his statement. He signed it. And they entered it into the record as if he was testifying.
By the way,
and Rob Davis, by the way, is the one that issued the warrant for the dash
but that
camera.
tells you a lot about Blake Weiner and what was Blake Weiner's role in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. I mean, Blake Weiner was going to walk into trial without the reconstruction of the vehicle, without the extraction of the dash camera, and he never went through the drive. Cell phone dump.
When you ask him about the drive, you know what he tells you? He says, "I don't even have the drive on me. It's not even in my office. I mailed it to Elaine."
Why would you mail it to Elaine?
He mailed it to Elaine. And when you ask him about it, well, now we're going to have to wait for Elaine to mail it back to me. And trial is in 7 days.
Why didn't you copy it and make another copy of it, and then what are you talking about?
I mean, why did you not go through it?
Your client is about to walk into trial.
You have a 3-month-long relationship. How hard could it be to go through specifically things that the prosecutor have said?
I think there's a giant elephant in the room, and everybody's asking the question. You're telling me Brad Haywood sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year. He said he didn't go through the drive.
Sam,
his private investigator
was collecting thousands of dollars from the government in the name of Mustafa.
The previous attorney, Blake Weiner, sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year and didn't go through the drive. The previous attorney, Casey Stevens, didn't go through the drive. Elaine Jarvis ended up in a stretcher and ran away the minute that she got the drive. What's on this drive that they're all avoiding?
What is on this drive? Well, we know what's on the drive.
We know what's on the drive.
We know what's on the drive.
Okay.
And the real question is, why aren't these defense attorneys being honest about what's in the drive to Mustafa? Why are they keeping him in the dark? What deal or what threat is are these lawyers being faced with?
Brad Haywood is telling us that he got threatened.
Okay.
I have that on the recorded line.
We're going to take a quick break.
Let's take a break. And
when we come back...
when we come back, we're going to go over the recording. You want
to go over which recording?
The Brad Haywood recording.
From
the first... No, not all of them. Not all of them.
That's a lot of recordings.
That's a lot of recordings. We're going to go over the first meeting that we had with Brad.
Okay.
And what took place in his office. And the question is, are we on the same page with strategy?
Okay, that's the issue.
Yeah.
Do we have a discrepancy with strategy? Okay.
I mean, he withdrew from Mustafa's case on the ground that Mustafa is not following his strategy, is not on the same page. So, let's find out.
Exactly. The question is Brad lying about him having a strategy and Mustafa not agreeing with it? And what is his strategy, really? I mean, by the way, and maybe this is news to anybody, but the strategy of Brad Haywood in that meeting is exactly what we've been saying all along publicly. The hard drive, okay, the dash camera, the accident reconstruction, okay, and the Google Nest videos. That's the entire case.
Unless you lied to your client for a whole entire year. I mean, if you've been lying to your client for a whole entire year, that's a completely separate issue. Okay? You want to tell me that you've been telling your client that you're going to do 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and then all of a sudden come out and say, "Oh yeah, that's a different strategy. I had a different strategy the whole entire time.
I just find
a deal that I made with the prosecutor that I'm going to fuck you over."
The only thing I'm having a really, really hard time with is that Judge Weimer sat there in court, read Brad Haywood that clearly violated the protective order that
crazy.
Judge Weimer put in, and then emphasized in November, make sure you do not disclose this information to the family. It's on the transcript. He made sure to say it loud and clear. And Judge Carol Weimer read that email, violating specifically his order that he put in, that Brad Haywood signed. And I find it odd that Brad is not facing any charges of contempt. I find it weird. It's just odd, It's very, very odd when a lawyer violates the rules and the judge is protecting him. When the prosecutor is not interested, she's not interested that Brad violated the order. But they were very interested and invested with Elaine.
I think it's obvious. I mean, the reason they're upset that this podcast is there is because the more you talk about the details and what they're doing in this case, it shows that they're not only falsified this case, but they're protecting the officer that falsified this case. The details that are coming out of the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case are horrible, are disturbing. You're talking about a judge. You're talking about a prosecutor. You're talking about officers. Okay? And it sure sounds they're all in cahoots to protect what they've done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case.
You know, again, and the other thing is, what did Brad say differently in the second motion to withdraw that Judge Weimer allowed him the exit?
Nothing.
What
He
did
said-
he?
he said the
What
same
did he
thing.
say different?
Nothing. He said the same thing.
He said the same exact thing.
So,
the only difference is Judge Kara Weimer led him. He led him with the statement that they have a discrepancy over strategy.
But just because Brad says we have a difference in strategy,
work it out.
I mean, exactly. You've been
Work it
sitting
out.
on this case for a whole entire
Work it out.
year.
You told your client to go fuck himself. You hung up the phone and you haven't talked to him since.
Mustafa is telling Judge Weimer, can you compel my lawyer to tell me the results? It's your order for the reconstruction. You order.
He seals the letter.
Mustafa's telling Judge Weimer, he said, all I'm asking is for the results.
By the way, he didn't read the letter on the record. Did he read it?
He didn't read it out loud. He read it like quietly.
He read it quietly.
Yeah. His face got turned
Mustafa
red.
said, I want this letter on the record.
Yep.
And by the way, there's like 30 pages of letters to the court that Mustafa has sent. What makes this letter different that the judge has to say, I was at my doctor's office and I got a text message from the clerk saying, you have a letter from Mustafa. I didn't know that clerks at Prince William County Circuit Court personally, privately sent a text message to the judge whenever a defendant writes a letter addressing the court. Mustafa has written over 30 pages of letters.
Yeah, that was weird.
To the court.
I mean, that's weird.
But this letter was treated differently.
Yeah.
This letter, when it came in, the clerk says, oh, letter from Prince William County Jail, Mustafa Al-Jazairi. Oh my God. Let's call the president. Hello? We have a letter from Mustafa. Call Judge Weimer. We need him. Judge Weimer is sitting at his doctor's office.
So
and
the
he
letter
gets a text message. Mustafa wrote a letter. Oh my God, Mustafa. Call Santa Claus and the elves. Mustafa wrote a letter. Mustafa has written multiple letters that were never addressed by the judge. Matter of fact, it's as if he's talking to air.
I mean, the real question is, I mean, here's
why was this letter different? I want to know. Why was this letter treated differently? And the judge holds it up. He says, you see the seal? You see the seal on the envelope. I have not read this letter.
I can tell you a theory.
Did Mustafa use a
it shows that
special stamp?
It shows that Brad Haywood is lying about what he's telling the court.
They're protecting Brad Haywood. Because Brad Haywood attempted to give Mustafa up to the prosecutor and cover up the defense. Remember, this is no longer about a Mustafa. This is about a medical examiner that falsified an autopsy report. Okay? This is about a chief of police who is standing behind lying cops that are falsifying, tampering with evidence, and they're abusing people that are allegedly witnesses. They're forcing them to say things that they were not saying initially. Okay? You have officers that are tampering with evidence. Okay? This is what it's about. You have a chief of police. You have a medical examiner. You have an entire prosecutor's office that has been lying for the past 2.5 years. And you also have officers that have convicted people in the past. They've testified against people that have been convicted.
You're going to have to turn over other cases. You're going to have to investigate these officers.
And I'll tell you right now,
if you can lie in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case, what have you done
I'll
in
tell
your
you right
other
now,
cases?
The moment Mustafa's evidence hits the record, the feds are coming into Prince William County and they're going to open up every single file that Gene Xavier Maya has ever done an autopsy report about. This is the chief medical examiner of Virginia. Imagine how big of a title that is. Okay? And you find out that Gene Maya is falsifying autopsy reports. Okay? He's dispositioning reports because Sarah Sammy told him, I want this to be a homicide. We're going to charge him with murder. So therefore, your report needs to say homicide. Okay, Gene? Now do your job. And I'm telling you right now, the moment this record, this evidence, Mustafa's evidence, his hard drive, the Google Nest, Okay? The moment this information gets on the record, Gene Maya is going to be looking at some federal jail time. Okay? Because the feds are not only going to Gene Maya, they're going to go to Chief Newsham and they're going to tell him, what the hell is your internal affairs doing with officers like Robert Drum, Rob Davis, Chad Mason, who are tampering with evidence, tampering with witnesses, abusing children in the process? Okay? What the hell? What kind of police department are you running? Okay? Then they're going to turn to the prosecutor's office, to Amy Ashworth, and they're going to tell her, what kind of prosecutors do you have in this office that they're willing to just blatantly lie on the record, falsify information? Okay? I mean, we're going to go through Mustafa's August 2023 hearing.
No, I can't wait to go.
With Sarah Sammy.
It's going to be a beautiful hearing.
We're going to go through it.
And you're going to see how much this prosecutor lied and she covered it up under proffer. I'm going to proffer.
On the record.
But now we can check her in real time. We have all the body cams. So when we read that transcript, we're going to play the body cam and show how this prosecutor has been lying for 2.5 years.
If I was these people, I would go to Lucy Guaranero and say, Lucy, I'm going to need you to write a report about me that says I'm incompetent because I'm looking at some serious federal time. Okay? This is like worse than negligence. It's worse because you can't claim incompetence at this point. We've been telling you over and over again. And these lawyers, Brad, Blake, these lawyers that came onto this case and they actively witnessed this corruption. Okay, I mean, they withdrew.
You're talking about Lucy Guaranero.
Look,
what happened in the recent motion where Sarah Sammy is being asked about her lip reader? She can't find him. Judge Weimer asked her, "Is your lip reader available on Tuesday?" She says, "Your Honor, he's not available on Tuesday." "Is he available on Thursday?" "Your Honor, he's not available on Thursday." Judge Weimer gets frustrated. He said, "What kind of lip reader, what kind of expert that testify that's not available in the beginning of the week and half of the week and the end of the week?"
It makes you question.
She tells Judge Weimer, "Your Honor, we're going through channels. We got this lip reader from certain channels. We're going through these channels, but we're having a hard time tracking that lip reader." Judge Weimer's like, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Where is your lip reader?
Where's your lip reader?"
Look at take a step back and look at what's really happening here. You said you have a lip reader, and based on your lip reader, you took Mustafa's bond away.
Back in April.
You said that Dorothy says Empress is in the car. I want to get out of the car. Mm-hmm. And then you open the dash camera, you see Mustafa and Dorothy are sharing a cigarette. What the fuck are you talking about?
Where's your lip reader?
Where is your lip reader? You hid this dash camera, you sealed it off, you told us you have a lip reader, and now that the dash camera is out, your lip reader is nowhere to be found. Listen to what she said. We're going through channels where we were told about this lip reader. We're going through these channels and we can't find the lip reader. What the fuck are you talking about?
The same way they got information about me buying a rifle and 1,000 rounds through channels. You know, I would like to inspect these channels. What kind of channels does the prosecutor have?
Well, when she was asked for her communication, when Brad asked for the communication,
she began shaking.
The judge denied it. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy was terrified that she's going to have to release her communication with the officers, with the witnesses.
You know why I think Judge Weimer denied the communication?
Why?
I think because he's in the communication. He's protecting himself.
Listen to what's going on here. He's
protecting himself.
He's at the doctor office and he gets a letter that's
message.
Compromising the lawyer that was gonna hand Mustafa over on a silver platter to the prosecution.
They sealed the letter.
We're gonna take a break.
I have the letter, by the way. You know, just to clarify, I have a copy of that letter that the judge sealed from the public. He sealed it from the public. Well, we have a copy of it, and we're going to go through it. So no worries.
That's beautiful.
Very beautiful.
All right. On that note, what we're going to do, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to continue we're going to continue to go through the recording of the meeting that we had with Brad Haywood back in March. And the question that you want to focus on and ask yourself is Brad Haywood lying to the court about his issue with Mustafa over strategy? Because that's the ground that he withdrew out of Mustafa's case. He said, we're not agreeing over strategy. So we're going to hear what took place in that meeting. And we're going to find out, is Brad Haywood lying to the court? Mustafa, he has a hearing coming up on the 7th. He has a temporary lawyer that's litigating if Mustafa waived his right to a lawyer by his actions. So that's why we're releasing these recordings. And I think we're going to have to go into Blake Weiner's recordings. And one thing...
Blake?
I mean, we have to, because Judge Weimer brought in Blake.
Did he?
He said, wouldn't you agree that's why the old lawyer withdrew? So we're going to have to open these can of worms. And what's going to happen here is through these recordings, what you're going to understand what the county is doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Not only did they falsify this case.
By the way, I'll say...
not only did they falsify this case, but they're protecting the falsified case by taking Mustafa's lawyer.
Let me just say, I know we're going
to... The bar is so low, they don't want Mustafa to have a lawyer.
I know we're going to take a quick break, but I just want to say... I just gave
a beautiful speech. Like, and if we don't go into...
no, we're gonna take a quick break.
If we don't go into a break, then I have to give another speech.
Okay, we'll just leave it at that. I'll talk.
No. I'm joking. I'm being sarcastic. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that the lawyer that is temporarily defending Mustafa for this waiver of his right to counsel.
Yeah.
Before the court started that day, what was it, December 6th? Before court started, okay, Judge Weimer specifically said to that lawyer that was in court, he says, I wanted to make sure that you were here before we start. So we know for a fact, Judge Weimer has already pre-decided that he's going to let Brad Haywood out. He's already decided that.
He already made up his mind.
This whole proceeding is just an act to pretend like, oh, we're going to go through what Mustafa wants. We're going to, he talks about the letter, how it was sealed, and it was news to him.
You think people are stupid, by the way?
It was news to him.
You think this community is stupid? Let me just ask you an honest question.
No.
This community is not stupid. The reason...
At this point in time, no, because we've seen it over and over and over again.
Look, these podcasts are averaging 6,000 views. Now, the prosecutor and the county, they know that this community...
By the way, 6,000 on the live. We're going over 100,000 on our other videos.
The county knows that this community is not stupid. That they're so upset that we're talking about the details and what's going on in this case and what's coming out of this case. They know the community is not stupid. The county is the community is waking up to what the county is doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. The police department, the prosecutor office is so comfortable that there's no media outlet that's covering the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. Now they're so upset that you're covering it, so they're upset. They want to shut you down. And the way they're shutting you down, they want to punish Mustafa in the process by taking his lawyer. Because when you talk about the details, the community is not stupid. They're seeing right through everything they're doing. I mean, you want to tell me a dash camera that's cut and muted, a vehicle that's crushed in stage, children that are weaponized. And by the way, this is not your words against the police department. No, you've got the body cams. The body cams that they sealed and hid from this community.
I mean, officers,
now they're on the internet.
Witnesses testifying while the other witnesses are in the courtroom. That's
crazy.
Where is that allowed?
About the dash camera that's cut and muted.
Where is that allowed? I would like to ask anybody that has ever worked or was involved in a legal case, where do you see that a judge allows the witnesses that were subpoenaed on the record to sit in the courtroom and listen to each other's testimony?
Over $100,000 was given to a public defender from this county to reconstruct the vehicle and extract the dash camera, and that hasn't been done.
By the way,
so you want to tell me that when you clock into work at 9 in the morning until 5 o'clock in the evening, you're paying into the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case? Mm-hmm. Where is that money?
I mean, these are taxpayer dollars.
Taxpayers' dollars. Where did that money go? No one is asking that question.
It went into a black hole.
Judge Weimer is not asking that lawyer, where is the money that we gave you? Instead,
and I find
I'm
it weird.
Let you exit out of this case.
I find it weird. Nobody's questioning Sam on an invoice.
That's crazy.
Give me an invoice. Why did you collect over $10,000?
That is crazy. Unless what they were doing is they were
putting on a show.
They're putting on a show. They're putting on a show containing.
If I'm looking at this case, if I'm another agency looking at this case, I would say $25,000 to a private investigator. Wow, the government's treating Mustafa fairly. Okay, over $100,000 to his defense. Okay, I mean, what's bad about this? He's getting money, but they don't know that the private investigator is sitting on his ass doing nothing.
Where are the results?
Doing nothing.
Where is the reconstruction of the vehicle? Where is the extraction of the dash camera?
When you ask him about the drive, he says, I haven't gone through it. Then what the hell did you collect 20 grand on?
You know, I'll tell you something that's really interesting.
What did you collect these thousands of dollars on?
See, it's one thing when you say that, it's your word against that private investigator. It's your word against Brad. The reason that they're so terrified right now is because you have the recording of these conversations.
I was just going to say, it's not my word against his. I flat out asked him, what is on this hard drive? I mean, I can understand an answer of saying, Mohammed, it's protected material. I can't go through it. I say, look, have you gone through it? No, I haven't. Can you go through it with Mustafa? He's hesitant. He doesn't want to do it.
Look, I think by the time we're done, I think we can agree. I think by the time we're done, we can all agree that Sam might needs to start his own podcast. Brad Haywood might needs to start his own podcast, because the reality of who's going to hire Brad Haywood, knowing what he's done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case.
I wouldn't hire. By the way, I was just going to say.
I think Brad Haywood should start his own podcast and talk about his tenure in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case.
Look, I was going to say,
his attempt to cover up what the county has done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case.
I was going to say one thing really quick about the witnesses testifying while the other witnesses are there.
Yeah.
I find it odd that, number one, the defense attorney at the time doesn't use that against the county. And then I find it even more odd that the new lawyer, Brad Haywood, when he came on, he didn't use that for his defense.
You know what's really interesting?
Why not?
In a filing that he did in his motion for the Brady motion, the Brady motion that he filed, if you read it carefully, Brad Haywood said, I got all the transcript except the motion to dismiss. Isn't that interesting?
Why not? I mean, we were able to get it.
That showed that you can prosecute the prosecutors, where the judge is
lacking impartiality.
I mean, the judge allows.
You didn't get that transcript?
Huh?
He didn't get that transcript?
He says he didn't.
Why not?
The question is, how do I have the transcript? I mean, it's public.
And he doesn't.
Literally, if you go to Prince William County and you look up, let me see. If you look up...
Look, we're going to take a break. I know what you're going to do. You're going to go over how to pull up. I'll just say this.
Yeah.
If you want the transcripts...
No, here, I got it.
If you want the transcripts to these hearings, put a comment. Put a comment, say, I want the transcript. Here's my email. You'll get a copy, and we'll send it for free. Deal?
That actually makes perfect sense.
If you want the transcripts, say what transcript you want. Say, I want all of them. Put your email in the comments, and you'll get a copy.
On that note, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to continue going through the recording of the first meeting that we had back in March with Brad Haywood, and we're going to find out. The question is Brad Haywood lying to the court where he said, I'm withdrawing out of Mustafa's case because Mustafa doesn't agree with strategy? So we're going to find out, and we're going to get to the bottom of what Brad Haywood has done in the Mustafa Al-Jazairi case. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa threw the police body cam. Forget Judge Carol Weimer. Brad Haywood, you are under the microscope.
If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems.
Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position where I will have to withdraw from the case. If you all choose to go on the internet and try to publicize this stuff, that's going to create real problems.
Okay.
You can't do it, is what I'm telling you. You cannot do it. I will have to move to withdraw from the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So make sure everybody's aware of that. Okay. If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
Okay.
Okay? If they get disclosed, that is going to put me in a situation where I will have to withdraw from the case.
Okay.
If you disclose that information in any way, all of it needs to be destroyed now. But if you disclose it in any way, it's going to put me in a position